dun, 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 dun. Okay. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold. The mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi, evangelist of the imagination, pharaoh of physical media, whatever you want to hang on me. It's fine. I'll take it. Someone will make some artwork, and I'll put it on before the show. Anyway, Robert Meyer Burnett, this is Midnight Musings 35. And you know what? It's really not a show unless I have my cohorts here. Now, I've got one, because the other one is at the theater with his lovely lady. Please welcome to the show. You know her, you love her, and she looks particularly fetching tonight. How are you?
Hello, Robert, and everybody watching. It's so great to be here tonight. I just have been having such a great time being out here in California, Robert, and I'm so excited to talk about this movie, Robert.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this movie. We're going to talk about fandom. We're going to talk about reactions. We're going to talk about how I want to wring people's necks because of their Somebody actually said to me that they would rather wallow in a bathtub full of poo than watch this movie, Avatar: The Way of Water. And I'm like, you talk to your mother like that? First of all, and second of all, you're a moron. And I don't mean to say that. I with great respect, I say you're a moron. And I find it really interesting because fandom, the reaction we have to fan heroes like James Cameron and James Gunn, oh, how quickly we turn on our heroes. James Gunn, who's running a studio, who's trying to give us the ultimate DC universe, and all anybody can do is bitch and moan and complain about it. Oh, no. And without thinking about the business aspects, we got to think as fans. We got to be smart. You got to think about the business of show when you're thinking about your favorite movies and television and all that. What we love, we need some cogent discourse, you know. And then we get James Cameron, and people like, why does anybody ever bet against James Cameron? I don't know. All he's ever done is brought you groundbreaking filmmaking. I mean, he's a classicist in his storytelling. He gets right down to the meat and potatoes of it all. The man's, after all, not making some philosophical treatise on existentialism and delivering it up to you in cinematic form. He's giving you some kick-ass in-your-face. He makes you experience every frame. That's what he's always done. It's so weird. I keep thinking that if Avatar was set on a planet and it was about Sith and Jedi, exact same story, but not set in a jungle or a water environment, something people hadn't seen before, then they'd be like, this movie, this rocks. But because, you know, it's got giant blue cat people and They're riding on dragons, and it looks like a 70s prog rock album cover that people are like, it's you know what it is? It's just all the complaining. I hear the same it's everybody gives me the same complaints. There's like somebody picked this thing up 13 years ago, and they just repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. I hear very little cogent analysis of of the Avatar films, and in a way, it's kind of sad, because fandom used to be a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more analytical. You know, that's
Yeah.
just me.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
No, you make a good point with this, Robert, because we are seeing a lot of overall disrespect for accomplishing something that took a tremendous amount of effort and work, paying attention to every single detail.
Oh,
Robert, I was absolutely convinced that people were climbing on that rig. No one could have convinced me that that didn't actually happen, Robert. I believed those animals that flew in the sky and then dove into the water. I believed when they even connected, even, with their braids, that connection that they make. You and I were talking about how we haven't seen everything from the Navi yet, and we still haven't. It made me believe even more in the power of being and the power of life. The movie is not necessarily. It is true, it's about the Navi, but it's about having respect for life and having respect for families. And I think that if James Cameron were here to talk about his movie and talk about the effort that he put into it, we'd be here for a year. The amount of planning and careful strategy and thoughtfulness, even to the way that the Navi are designed as beings, as living beings, having, looking at their uniqueness, their way that they express themselves, their culture. The significance of the film is really to have respect for life, have respect for others. This film, honestly, I think teaches a lot of valuable lessons, not just in admiring what a person can do with electronics or with special effects. It's with the idea of how and where do you place value and sacredness. You
well,
know,
no, I think you bring up. It's funny because this struck me. What you're just to respond to what you're saying right now. When I was watching the movie last night, we live on a planet where there are people that believe the Earth is flat, and we live on a planet where if you bring up like environmentalism or conservation or global warming, you'll get 100 people to line up to tell you why global warming isn't real, that Al Gore said the ice caps would have melted 20 years ago, whatever you want to say. It all becomes a politicized issue where no one, I read an article last week that said it rains microplastics in
yes.
New Zealand.
Yes.
It rains microplastics, which means the microplastics are light enough that when the water evaporates, it's carrying up and when we're living on that planet, the idea that environmentalism or being conservative, being a conservationist with the environment, what James Cameron is doing, I'm convinced, with these movies, is he's trying to make the most populist, easy to digest entertainment that kicks ass, but at the same time, this is his way of trying to save the planet that he loves. The guy's gone down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench with equipment his brother designed.
Yes.
No one is doing what James Cameron is doing, but the thing is, he can't come out and preach, well, I'm vegan now, and here's what we have to do to save the environment. We need to save the whales. He can't do that, because then you're going to get all these idiots that line up and make it some kind of political conversation, where what James Cameron is trying to say through his entertainment, and the reason I believe that the reason he's devoting what is going to be basically his life's work, 95% of Avatar 3 has already been shot.
Yes.
And then he's going to do Avatar 4, 5, and 6, assuming they make money. This is his life's work in the sense that this is him. It's his way of trying to make people aware to save this planet that we live on.
Absolutely.
And he can't do it politically because we can't even, we're so divided politically that that there's no way to have this conversation without having it devolve into something that it isn't. And I love the fact that there's the one, what's the actor that was in Flight of the Conchords? That's Jermaine, I forget his last, Clement or something. But I love
Mhm.
when he's just randomly talking about the whales. He's like, yeah, they're judging by their
Yeah.
neural pathways. They're probably way more intelligent than we are, way more emotional. They know a lot. That
Mhm.
was James Cameron's way. And this whole movie, I mean, I've read articles, I've read reviews that actually take this movie to task because,
Mhm.
oh, what's the big deal? Saving the whales?
Mhm.
And what's really interesting is that this movie just says that with the beach, the water Navi, the fact that they have a relationship with the whales, that they can communicate different species on the same planet. Well, that's probably true.
Mhm.
Our whales are probably, I mean, there's evidence to suggest they communicate through long distances through the water. And
Yes.
we just, and yet somehow because of our religious beliefs, we believe that we were given dominion over the animals. And that there's no evidence to support that. And so in the course of the movie, James Cameron is making everybody who watches this film go, well, when they start thinking about whales, they're like, oh, I saw that movie. Maybe we should take another look at that. And that's what he's doing through these films. And, you know, like somebody called it the first Avatar was a Western. This is kind of a Western as well. But I found this movie to be, I was slack-jawed the whole time. I was just like,
Yeah.
I mean, when it was raining in the beginning of the movie, seeing
Mhm.
this movie in IMAX 3D was insane.
Yeah, it was certainly a treat to the eyes. I didn't get tired in a lot of the scenes like I have in the past with a lot of special effects, or movies that have heavy computer generated special effects. My eyes didn't get tired. The movement was very smooth and flowing the way you would expect movement would be in water. The lighting was perfect. A lot of the depth and the colorations were calm and easy on the eyes. It could have been jarring, but it wasn't. Even the sunsets and sunrises, Robert,
I
certainly
love
were.
the daily eclipses. I
Yes.
love that as a recurring
We
motif.
we saw things that we could recognize, that we could relate to, things and certain types of tropes that we understood to be relevant, let's say in a Cameron film. But we also learned a lot about the fact that he has a lot more to tell us as a storyteller. And a lot of the story is without words. A lot of it is pure entertainment value, expressing what's going on. There were so many enjoyable sequences in this, and we did have some painful parts, seeing, essentially these whales being harvested for valuable resources. Certainly, that's something we can all relate to. Some of these things needed to be shown, and it wasn't overkill. No one's pressuring you to do this. Yeah, there was nobody telling you you have to become an environmentalist after this.
No,
Nothing like that. This was just a beautiful expression of the beautiful life, whether you were Navi or not, but just the beauty of life and the beauty of existence, trying to understand. Because as I've said before, Robert, you and I both agreed, we are just starting to understand what the Navi are, and trying to conceptualize what existence is like for them, because it's not the same for us. They have a connection with life that we don't. And I think that that's very important to think about, because looking at ecosystems and biology on this planet, we start to realize this interconnectedness. You do something, it is going to have an effect all around. And it's not political to say to have respect for life. It's not political to say that. I think that as human beings, it's natural to have that type of feeling. But I also think, Robert, that it's very hard for anybody to put together something like this where
oh,
anyone can watch it, for any type of audience, Robert, no matter how young. Your child could watch this and understand what's going on, understand why it's important for family to exist, understand why there are certain things that you have to fight for. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful in the way it kept things together, and also in the way that it showed, regardless of who you are, human or Navi, you can stand up for certain things and try and keep a family together. There are different types of families. This was really an enjoyable, fun experience. I want to join these Navi, even though I still, love to see Sam Worthington. I think that it matured. I think this second version of this film is a more mature version of what we saw from the previous film, because I think in the previous film, Robert, we saw it from Jake's point of view. I think we saw
Right.
it from Jake's point of view. I don't know whose point of view this might be the Sigourney Weaver's character point of view.
Well,
What do you think?
she's clearly the mystery character because people, I mean, was she a virgin birth? They said she was born of Grace's Avatar's body. Like they joke about who's your parentage. When I think the insinuation is that it's Iowa. She is the embodiment of Iowa. And by the way, I thought it was fascinating that they brought Sigourney Weaver back to play her own daughter and
Yes, yes.
de-age her as a child. I thought that looked incredible. I love that character, and when she's wielding not force power, but when I was a kid, I was fascinated by the Gaia theory that the Earth is a living organism. And clearly Cameron's leaned into that idea. And when you think about the fact, I was telling Mike Bodden, my friend Mike Bodden, yesterday, the scientist who came up with the idea of mosquitoes in amber and using blood that mosquitoes had taken from dinosaurs to create dinosaurs, a theory that gave rise to the idea behind Jurassic Park. That scientist's name is Charles Pellegrino, and he wrote a novel it's a pulp horror novel called Dust by Charles Pellegrino. It was one of the most disturbing books I've ever read because it was just a pulp novel, but the premise is that there has been a massive insect die-off. Not arachnids, but insects, like all the insects. So it's left a gaping hole in our ecosystem. And I read the book a long time ago, but this is how I remember. There's an opening scene where there's like a couple on the beach somewhere, like in Rio de Janeiro or something. And they're on the beach basking in the surf, and they see down the beach. They see what looks like a cloud of smoke, or some kind of a dust cloud that's kind of coming toward them, and they don't know what it is. They're like, "What is that?" And it's getting closer and closer and closer, and it turns out it's a cloud of dust mites. That we sleep in. The dust mites are all around us, but it's a cloud of billions of dust mites that rolls over them and eats them to the bone in seconds. Because their natural predators in the next level aren't there to prey on them anymore. So, and he deals with what this would do to our entire ecosystem. I mean, prion-based illnesses that cause mad cow disease have been running rampant, and because bats are spreading around tainted blood. I mean, this book, the threat just got more and more dire. And I love that book because it makes you, when you finish reading it, you're keenly aware of your environment. And I think that, like watching this movie, the reason when they're creating as somebody who's gone scuba diving, the underwater sequences in this movie they're beyond jaw-dropping. It looks like they went and filmed these in like Hawaii or in Bali or in someplace. It's unbelievable. And people act nowadays, we're so jaded, like, oh, that's that fucking reviewer from The Guardian's like, oh, it's like one long screensaver. I'm like, fuck you, dude, screensaver. I'd love to see you create something that has this kind of dimensionality. I mean, we just take it for granted. We have as a people, we're so, especially fans now. I never thought I'd live in a community of fans where we're so jaded. Like, we're so, like, our noses are up. I mean, when has James Cameron ever let anyone down? The man who created Terminator and Aliens and The Abyss and True Lies and Titanic and Avatar. And the man's doing all the research and development, all the effects technology. He's been at the forefront of pushing effects technology. If it wasn't for the pseudopod sequence in The Abyss, we'd have no Jurassic Park. We'd have no T-1000 and T2. And he's pushing the R&D here, going to the limits. What they've done in this movie is staggering. It's absolutely staggering.
It's staggering. I don't even want to think about layering because this is so beyond layering. This might be more like XYZ kind of physics, just in another manner, because it's like The Abyss, it's like the Titanic, it's like Avatar, it's like all those things combined into one, if someone can understand. And then imagine an emotional and more of a I'm going to say human element, because one of the things that it reminded me of was a movie called The Emerald Forest. Now,
John Borman directed that.
Yes, The Emerald Forest is not appropriate for children. It's not. Okay. But it has a similar theme. And I think that, what's astounding about it is that we see a similar situation of a young man who ends up, who's human, who is now living in a world on the planet Pandora and understanding what it's like to be with Navi. He's practically, for all practical purposes, brought up in the culture of the Navi, isn't
Right.
he? And so I thought that was a very interesting thing to do, because what they decided to do was to show that a human can learn and try and understand this. He cannot connect the same way the Navi can. He can't do that. But it doesn't matter, because he is understanding that I can still exist with the Navi and I understand what's at stake here. I thought that that was very interesting. And it's what the Emerald Forest did, but the Emerald Forest would be too jarring for young minds to look at, because it is actually a jarring film. It's meant to be jarring. You see these really kind of very sharp and very line drawing situations of where young girls are being put into prostitution, and they're tearing down the entire forest. It's very brutal. And then the climax of the film, where the father finally sees his son and he can't communicate with him anymore. Well, we didn't see that in this film. In fact, we saw the opposite, Robert. We saw families forgiving one another. We saw families that were separated and lives changing. This changed that man's life. And even I was proud of this young fellow who went and saved him at a point where it mattered, Robert, where it mattered most, where people get let down. It didn't happen here, Robert. Even when it was almost as if when you come together for the holidays and you have to forgive your relatives for whatever you might say to them because you're disappointed or sad about them. And it kind of reminded me of, it's not a holiday movie, but it felt that way, because we had a situation where family came together, literally family, and had to make difficult decisions that would affect the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And it's not over, Robert. We know there's more to come. It felt like there were going to be more chapters where we're going to learn and grow with this, Robert. There's no other franchise where we're growing like this. What franchises are doing this? I felt like I have actually grown up a bit from seeing the first Avatar. And I did it. I admit, I saw it because Sam Worthington was in it. I did say that. But now it's been such a great
God
experience.
bless you.
Well, he's so beautiful. So if Sam Worthington ever sees this, I'm sorry. I've always thought you were fantastic. I still do. But the point is, we saw complex adult situations, but it wasn't so jarring and unrelatable that a child could watch this and understand, hey, that's his dad. That's his father.
Well, I mean, as I said, that's what Cameron is doing here. He's making a pop saga basically about humanity, but the Navi are the stand-ins for all of us, and humanity. I mean, the idea that in this movie mankind's moving to Pandora because our planet's dying, and indeed, I mean, people aren't paying enough attention. It's amazing to me that our planet is dying. I mean, actually, the planet's not dying. The planet will not die. Earth will go on in whatever form, and it will bounce back. It will eventually recover, unless we, burn up our atmosphere or something. But we might not be here.
Right, our ability to inhabit the planet.
Yeah, the fact that our fertility rates have dropped 50% in 30 or 40 years. I mean, we are the last 100 years have been incredibly toxic for us, and the fact that our food supply and everything from factory farming to processed foods to whatever, it's killing us, and we're living beyond our means, because it's very funny. I was watching an astronaut today speaking about, he'd been on the International Space Station, and he's written a book, and I forget the name of the book, but he said we think of ourselves as it was society, economy, and planet at the bottom, when it really should be we should be planetary, society, and economy should be third. And this is the revelation. You read a lot of people that have been in space, astronauts, both men and women that have been in space, have had profound experiences about their perception on their take on our lives, because once you see the Earth from space, obviously your perspective changes. And things like economy, meaning our money system and all that, you can't see that from space. none of it really matters. All you see is the biosphere and the thin layer of atmosphere that, through not a big disruption, could be taken away from us. And we have to be very careful. And it comes down to because we don't think of ourselves as planetary. We think of ourselves first and foremost, I mean, as our, it's funny. At the same time, I saw this today. I also was listening to NPR, and there's a new AI chat bot called something like chatbot GHT or something. It's 3 words or 3 letters. And basically you can say to this chatbot, write me a romantic story. And it will. And then you can go rewrite this romantic story as if it took place in 1940 Chicago. And it'll rewrite the whole story. And they were reading this. The story wasn't bad. So if you want to be an author, you can go to one of these chatbots and basically say, write me a chapter of a story, and I want it to be about this. And you could bang out a novel in an afternoon and then just go rewrite what the AI has given you. It's still your ideas. You're just using the AI as an assist. And I'll tell you something, it was fucking terrifying. I'm listening to this as I'm driving home, and I'm like, we're done. We've seen, it's really interesting over the last month, the rise of all these AI art programs.
Yes.
And you see how amazing, you can tell it's AI art, but some of it's pretty incredible. Like, if you want to be a conceptual artist for a movie, why? Why should I pay somebody when I can just go, be very specific and get takes on whatever, and then refine it. And the real question is, like everything else, we're going to be sitting around wondering what happened to us, because there are things happening. There are forces out there that everyone's like, ooh, cool, AI, I'm going to play with this. Yeah, and tomorrow you're going to be out of a job. But I think the one benefit, and maybe movies like Avatar will help us realize this, is I really do think that authentic human interaction is going to become some of the most valuable thing that we're going to have left with one another. Because we've now, in the last 20, 30 years, the screens that we're looking at, we don't know what's real anymore. And the only thing that's going to be that we know is real is, unless you have some very sophisticated sex robot or something, but is people interacting with one another live in meat space. And I don't think it's any accident that, coming off the heels of COVID and being used to looking at people like, how do I know that you're you right now?
Well, it's me because you've met me and you know what I look like.
Yeah, but with AI technology increasingly more sophisticated,
Oh,
with allowing, how do I know
it's not a filter, you mean?
that's
Yeah.
not that the image I'm looking of you could easily be digitized because you're not moving that much?
Yeah.
I would have to notice that you have the same hairstyle you had last week or the week before. And then you've got an AI who's already watched instantaneously the last 34 episodes of this show and understand your speech patterns.
Yes.
How are we? And the thing is, you're not. The answer to that question is you're not going to know. And I think
Yeah.
eventually we're going to live in a world where I'm going to refuse to have meetings with anybody unless they're sitting right in front of me.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why Avatar 2 in particular stands out, is because there are so many very specific movement-based scenes in the film and facial expressions in the film that, for me, are not AI. They're not AI generated. Let's say the bones of it are not AI generated. There might have
Right.
been things that have to be layered onto it so that they look like the Navi. But let's say, I would say, movement wise, physics wise, X, Y, and Z wise, so
Oh,
much of what's done that clearly you can see the smoothness of the movement, and even just the way that the characters relate to one another, which is something I don't think a computer could necessarily generate. How
yet.
you're going to react, let's say for some of the human characters that were not regenerated, that was clear emotional responses, that he wasn't faking, and I have to give credit to that young man who played the boy.
Oh,
I
he was
don't know
great.
his name, but
Spider.
yeah, he had this kind of Peter Pan. I'm not going to say Peter Pan, but the amount of effort, physical effort for him to do this movie
Oh my
was
God.
charming. And he had to carry that as a young actor. I don't know how old he's not that old at all, right, Robert? He can't be over 18. But
Yeah, I
he
don't
was
know.
spectacular to be in a film like this with just having to look the way you naturally look, and then having to wear this mask, and then having to do water scenes and jumping and climbing, and it's a lot of physical, but also there was a heavy emotional part on him. His Robert, the scenes where he was on the I'm not going to say enemy ship, let's say the the human ship, where he had to kind of observe everything, and you started to realize that he has this knowledge of technology, that the Navi now have this knowledge of technology. Maybe I'm not going to say they didn't have it before, but they have the advantage because they know that, this technology and what's up against them, but they also have their own tech. So, I think it's very interesting when we look at these characters. It's hard to judge them because of the way they physically look and try to understand how strong they are. But above all, they value life first. That is the most important thing to them. They think that all life is sacred. They don't care that, that boy is human. They don't care about that. For them, they want to cherish life and enjoy life. And the idea of what's sacred, this family connection, the family connection that can be made with anyone because they're somewhat more welcoming, is so important to them. And it's displayed in a lot of ways. We saw them culturally doing things. We saw them connecting with one another, but we also saw people in roles which might be considered toxic male or toxic female, where you were defending your family, you were risking your life for your family, you were doing whatever you had to do for your family, and forgiveness, Robert, that we witnessed in this film was incredibly poignant and moving, Robert. I was crying in certain parts of this because I realized how important, if you could get that second chance with someone like this, people would give anything to be with a family member again and be able to forgive for things that they might have said that they're, wish they could, ask for forgiveness or have just a little bit more time with that person. I was so moved by this, and I wasn't going in there thinking I was going to be moved, Robert. I thought I was
Right.
going to see I wasn't quite sure what they were going to do. I wasn't expecting the depth that we got from this, of seeing the responsibility, and honestly the feeling of responsibility towards everyone that they have, the Navi, and just understanding their place, or what is at stake a lot of times. And then, of course, you mentioned the Sigourney Weaver character, where she is starting to understand her role, where she could say she could hear the heartbeat
I love that.
of her mother.
And the idea that, look, Pandora is alive and Awa is the entity. I mean, I can see, if you've read your science fiction, you can kind of see. I mean, James Cameron produced Solaris, the remake of Solaris, which
Yes.
Solaris is a planet that's alive,
Yeah,
and
I
it's a
love that.
life form, and how it communicates. If you guys haven't seen either Tarkovsky's version of Solaris or Steven Soderbergh's version of Solaris that James Cameron produced,
Yeah.
it's based on Polish science fiction writer Stanislaw Lem's novel. I would highly recommend watching it because there's a lot of what's going on in both of these movies and the whole Avatar franchise. There's a lot of Solaris in it in a
Yes.
different sort of a way. And I think that, the Pandora, Awa, or whatever, has been a character all along. And it was interesting that you can communicate. I mean, we saw the Hall of the Ancestors or whatever. It's interesting that things in Black Panther, like the ancestral plane and
Yes.
what's going on.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
there's the idea of racial memory, species memory. I'm not trying to
Mhm.
divide it by color lines,
Yes. Yes.
but the idea that those kinds of things can be accessed are very, very fascinating to me. And I think that's why when people immediately write these movies off, I'm like, did you watch this movie? Like, because while the story is deceptively simple, and I get it, you can look at it that way and be like, oh, it's nothing I haven't seen before. And I'm like, is that really true? Yeah, because there's the way this is presented, and Dances with Wolves doesn't have a sentient planet.
No.
that you can converse with. It doesn't have an ecosystem that you can plug into. And this movie brings up really intriguing questions about the parent, like James Cameron's not going to come out and go, look, was this a virgin birth?
No, no,
That was
no.
never stated, but the question lingers. Who's her dad? And then they joke about maybe it's him, maybe it's him, maybe it's him. And it's fascinating that James Cameron is touching on all of this stuff, but it's in the confines of what looks like a pop entertainment. But really, he's stealthily getting all these issues out there. So if you're looking for them, and you might not even know you're absorbing them, but it's definitely all there. And this is how James Cameron is going to get his message across. Because if he went into politics, it would just become divisive. But you make a giant pop culture epic over 6 movies or whatever, then people will watch it, and everybody will watch it. All shapes, sizes, colors, creeds, ethnic backgrounds, sexualities, religious backgrounds. We'll all go watch Avatar.
Yes.
And you're not going to argue with it. You're going to let it wash over you and go, huh. And if James Cameron's good at his job, then maybe messages will sink into people that if they were being presented by a certain politician, they wouldn't listen.
Yeah, you make a good point, Robert. And I can't help but think about The Abyss as well, because at the end of The Abyss, or at least part of the end, depending, I can't remember if there's more than one ending to The Abyss, but of course there's that.
Well, there's 2 different versions, but the endings are the same.
Yes, and correct me if I'm wrong. There's a tremendous wave that will just destroy everything. Destroy.
Yeah, in the longer version, aliens, the underwater, the end. I think it was NTI's, non-terrestrial intelligence.
Yeah,
that's what they called it in that movie. They had launched massive tidal waves to multiple targets around the world, showing that we could destroy you at any time if we wanted to, but we choose not to. And ultimately, why? Because Ed Harris loves his wife that he's estranged from. He wants to get back together with her, Lindsay, because he loves her. And the funny thing here's what I don't understand about James Cameron movies. The man is such a sappy romantic. I mean, he was, people forget, at the heart of Terminator is the relationship between Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese.
Yes.
They're in love with one another. Aliens. Mm-hmm. Literally, you have 2 mothers and their children, or adopted children, or whatever, facing off. 2 mothers squaring off at the end of that movie. And the power, it's so interesting to me because I read a really fucking dumb take on the Mary Sue. What a surprise today. About what is James Cameron's fascination with women and motherhood and parenthood and all that. And what's really interesting, as if that's somehow reductive, the power to carry a life form gestating inside you and give birth to it and be a mother. The reason why James Cameron is fascinated by this power is because he's a man. He'll never know what it's like to wield that kind of power. And it's probably the greatest power that exists on planet Earth. Because without the power of the feminine and without the power of motherhood, we wouldn't be here. And it's not to say that, sure, fathers they play a part, but the power to give life. And yes, I understand there's people, oh, Rob, you need sperm. I get it. But with our sperm counts, the way that the global sperm count, it's not going to be very long before we men we're useless. If we can't provide the genetic material to procreate, and you can genetically figure it out and have women be able to conceive children without actual human males, where are we going to be at, bros? We're going to be nowhere. And if you look at the levels of fertility around, by the way, it's global. It's not in any one place. This is global. There is something going on over the last 50 years that is we should be fucking terrified of it. I mean, I'm not going to be here, so what do I care? But I'd love to see the human species continue on. And that's another thing that James Cameron is touching upon. Like, he's not going to come out and say it.
No.
But if you read these fertility reports, they are terrifying. And in countries like Russia and Japan and China, they don't have the birth rate to sustain in 30 and 40 years. They're not going to have a workforce. It's
Yeah.
really terrifying, but
It-
nobody's paying attention. I mean, it's amazing to me that we're just, most people are like, oh, let me start my OnlyFans account, or let me talk about my pronouns, or let me talk whatever. I'm like, that's all great. That's terrific. You can have all that. But as a race, there's only one race of people on this planet Earth, the human race. As a species, we are losing, and we are losing a lot more rapidly than people are paying attention to. Hey, interest rates went up 0.5 percentage point today. Great.
Yeah, it shouldn't have, but
Well,
something.
they got to fend off they're gonna instigate a recession to bring down interest rates. But man,
That's that. First of all, they raised interest rates too quickly and too high in 1 year, Robert. It's ridiculous.
but the problem is the labor market's booming, which is not what's supposed to be happening.
Mhm.
So, I mean, there's all this, it's tough. But so James Cameron rolls in, with another Avatar, part 2 of, so he's got now 6 hours of Avatar film. And I think the overall look, I'll tell you something. I said this on the John Campea show today. Last night, when the movie was over, I watched the credits. And when it was over, the lights come up. I walked down. I'm going to Elizabeth, like, oh my God, I can't believe that. There's a dude standing at the bottom of the screen. He's just staring. It was interesting. He was staring at the screen, and then he heard me talking. And I go, I can't believe it. And he just turns to me and goes, right? And he was a guy that was standing there, and we walked out together, and we started talking about all the stuff we loved about what we just saw. And we walk out there. He's got his 2 sons, like his brother and his wife, and we just sat in the lobby and talked for a bit about how much we love the film. I didn't know these people.
Mhm.
And Elizabeth's like, it's just like you talk to everybody everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, but we're sharing the love here. Can you feel the love tonight?
Mhm.
And people in that theater, say what you want. Yeah, hey, it might not be as cool as On Your Left at the end of Endgame. Hey, great, awesome. But you know what? I'll tell you something. While as much as this is not to bag on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I love Infinity War and Endgame. But I was not nearly as emotionally engaged by those movies, even though I think they're amazing pieces of pop entertainment. I could watch Infinity War and Endgame over and over and over and over and over. I love them. But I wasn't nearly as emotionally engaged by those movies as I was in Avatar: Way of Water.
And I agree with you, Robert. I think maybe one of my favorite elements about it is it's something that I've been talking about, the idea of how do people react to one another in normal day-to-day interactions. What is it like when you meet somebody that you like? And we saw that. We actually saw a few moments where the younger kids, they met one another, and there was one of the characters like the other character. How do you behave when this happens? And we got to see some of that natural behavior, not restricted by any kind of oddness or unnatural elements. It just was something that was natural and was going to happen, and they're going to be attracted to one another. And we're going to see parts where they're kind of saying, gee, what can I hang out with you? This natural progression of what it means to have romance in a movie, to see families interacting with one another, natural things that you would expect to see. The young guys, if you will, the young males getting into altercations and kind of saying I'm better than you, and I'm going to fight it out. And seeing these sorts of relationships occur are things that also make people want to stick around and watch and see what happens. Because when you don't have that, when you don't have these interactions, the film feels very empty. And this film was the exact opposite of that. We got to understand what life might be like. Let's say if we could just look at one Navi family, this is what life might be like for just a fraction of their lives.
Oh, I want to go live on the beach with those people.
Yeah.
And the chief and Kate Winslet's daughter, that one girl, I mean, she was hot as fuck. I'm looking at that. I loved her emerald skin and I loved her fin forearms so she could swim fast. Those big lips of hers and those big eyes. I'm like, I'm right there with you, man. Come on, let's go swimming.
But we need to see that in film, in a film format, Robert. We need to see that type of emotion, that type of response. A lot of what some of the modern films are missing for me are those interactions, Robert, that we know what's supposed to happen. We know that something's supposed to happen between two people, and we're not seeing that. And we're like, well, what's going on in the story? Not in Avatar 2. We get to see those interactions. And even more, Robert, it goes even deeper in the idea of what stage are you in your life now. Jake now finds himself having to step down in a sense and run with the
Yep.
family, thinking that that's the answer. And then we also see other situations as well. What is this going to mean for the rest of the planet? What is this going to mean for the man who's pursuing him and his child? And even the character played by Sigourney Weaver, it's really somewhat more complex look at their family and how they turned out. And I can see now why we need to have the third film or even a fourth film to kind of figure out. But once again, we don't fully understand the Navi. There's so much more to them. I wasn't surprised when Sigourney Weaver's character could do what she could do in the film. I'm not going to spoil everything, but we saw newer things, right, Robert? Newer developments.
Oh yeah, I mean, and also they're making statements like this idea that the planet itself is it's a giant brain, and everyone is like a neuron of that giant brain.
And then I'm sorry, Robert. It was like, of course, the Star Trek film where the whales and they had to go back in time and get the whales because the whales were the only one who could communicate with this entity,
Right.
And it had a feel of that. I'm not even quite sure if I'm using the same.
No, I think I even read an article where somebody laughed at the fact that you can talk to the whales. And it's really interesting because I've been in situations, as a tourist, where clearly there is whale communication going on. Whales are responding to our presence, mostly killer whales. I've been around, and of course, dolphins, porpoises, or whatever. I've watched them show off, be playful. They're communicating. And you would think that once that kind of behavior is shown, that we would immediately have a moratorium on hunting or going after these creatures that we don't understand. But we go after them anyway because, okay, we have to eat. But what's interesting is we really don't know.
Yes.
We can't. We know that whales have very sophisticated echolocation and communication. They communicate over vast distances through the water. We know that exists, and yet because we have hunted them, that we in a way we have justified in our minds that it's okay to hunt a species we know to be intelligent, but because we can't somehow communicate with them directly, it's okay to kill them. And I think, a guy like James Cameron, he's now become a vegan because, and if you look at what he's saying in Avatar, what he's saying is that, yeah, the circle of life exists. There are predatory animals that prey on other animals, but they only do it because they're hungry. It's that circle of life thing. But we will destroy the planet for money. We will turn life into a commodity. We'll commodify life, which is something no other species on this planet does. And so we'll take more than we should. And what's really interesting to me about that, and I've always been fascinated, like here's a wacky thing I think I've said on the show. I've told Elizabeth this. I'm delighted by the fact I never owned dogs. And what I did, I always had cats. My mom was a crazy cat lady. So for the last 5 years, Gilbert was the first, then Tallulah, now Sebastian. I cannot believe how communicative dogs actually are. How I literally can't make them understand like what a movie is, but I can definitely communicate. And like if Gilbert is very, very smart. He's our oldest dog. If I'm petting him a certain way and he likes it and I stop, he'll literally put his paw on me and kind of tap me to say, please do that some more. Now, this might seem to any dog on obviously dogs do that, but they're clearly communicating. Like they're making a decision, and they also figured out ways to communicate with you. They know they can't talk. They know what they can tell. They don't know what you're saying, but they understand the tone of your voice. And it's been fascinating to me to live with 3 dogs now for the last, acquire 3 dogs and interact with them, because they have very different personalities. And it's like, we're living on a planet full of alien species. And Elizabeth said to me one day, she said, I know why you like these animals, because for you, they're aliens, aren't they? And I said, yeah, they're the closest I'm ever going to get to an alien species. And I get to sit here and interact with them all the time. And I'm delighted by the fact that they're cogent creatures that have an understanding of the world, albeit limited from mine, but they hear and see things I can't hear and see. So does that mean that I'm better than them, but I can't see in the certain light spectrums as they can? Like when they're barking at something at night and I go out there and I can't see it, I'm like, what the fuck's out there? Like they know something's out there that I don't know about.
Yeah.
I mean, there's bobcats in our neighborhood. We've seen bobcats in our front yard. It's like, do they know that there's a bobcat out there? Are they trying to protect us? Don't know. All I know is there's things that our dogs know that I don't know. So the idea that you would then, like, we can't, it's hard for us to conceive of anything because we can only perceive the world from our vantage point. But I think what Avatar is doing, what James Cameron is trying to do with these movies, is make pop entertainment that people will revisit over and over again, that will make us stop and think. Like this one, like you said, it's about family. And that is so, it seems so quaint. But what I loved about this movie, and I really haven't read much about it, is that Jake Sully's family, whether it was Spider, whether it was Sigourney Weaver's character, I forget what her name is, was not Jake and Natiri's daughter.
No.
She's like their adopted daughter.
Yes.
But she's part of the family, and Spider is their cousin.
Yeah.
Part of the family too. And he doesn't hammer home this point, but it's definitely there that extended families, you don't have to be a blood relative. And even the idea that you guys are mutant freaks because you only have 5 fingers instead of 6. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in this movie that I don't see in any of the reviews. It's so frustrating.
It is frustrating because as soon as they started talking about the, more connections on the human brain, I thought for sure that like a bunch of neuroscientists were going to be like how important Avatar is to understanding science and the potential of understanding other life and even the progression of our lives. Because, we've kind of been dabbling about, how to improve the human brain and things of that nature. We only use a certain percentage of it. I thought for sure neuroscientists would be, all over the place on this. And we even saw this part where Skeeter talks about how a baby can't go into cryo sleep or something like that.
Spider says that.
Spider says babies can't be put into cryo sleep.
And that's why they had to keep them on Pandora.
And I thought that was very interesting. It's a piece of technology. I didn't know this, but learning.
They added tons of mythology that they're just dropping throughout the whole, like the whole thing about Quaritch, that they were growing these avatars and they were able to record enough personality before they died so they could make as many of them as you want. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in Avatar 3, like there's a whole army of Quaritches that show up.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do you manage them? Who's the leader?
Yeah, and one could speculate, and I don't know all the details of that character, but one could speculate that because he obviously, I don't know if he knew he was a father before he left. I don't know what the story.
Oh, he did. He totally did. He knew he was a father.
And what's interesting about it is that finally seeing his son, he's a beautiful boy. Finally seeing this boy changed him. And I love that they showed that because it meant something. It meant something to him. He didn't admit that it did. And I'm spoiling it, but we see a very poignant moment, Robert, where we realized how important this was to him. Gee, it was important to everybody watching it. This was like maybe the most significant part of this, one of the most significant parts for me, because you get to see the true emotion, how he really feels. Men have emotions too. Things, men are important. Their emotions are important. Their feelings are important. I just love that we got to see that, he pretty much defending his son, if you will, in a way, maybe not directly, but from a, maybe a somewhat different route. But Robert, it was important to see this time and time again. We got to see men defending, if you will, Jake, I'm going to call him a man.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
say
No,
Navi,
no, of course. Well,
defending family. And I felt that was also very important in balance with the women, which was great too. But we saw the male role as being an incredibly important one here, Robert. It was very important.
no, I think so too. It's so interesting that now I live in a world where I kind of look around and I'm bemused by the fact that I've become an old white cis male. I become suddenly vilified. And what I find so interesting is we've seen, especially in the 20th century, we've seen political ideologies, whether it's socialism, national socialism, communism, whatever. There's all these people that believe that, oh, the status quo is a terrible thing. It's created a world that's horrible. Well, okay, maybe, but what are you going to replace it with? That's the funny thing. Everyone's talking about, you need this and you need to do that and we need to change. Okay, I'm open to that, but what are we going to replace it with? Like, that's the funny thing. I don't see anything. Like, we have to defund the police. Really? And how having no law and order does not work. We've seen it time and time again. So if you want to defund the police, then what are you going to do to keep law and order? How are you going to keep people safe? It's like, no, we have to decriminalize shoplifting. Okay, so now you're a CVS in San Francisco. How do you stay open if the cops are going to decriminalize shoplifting and anybody can come in? We have to let people do what? I mean, our desire to make a better world does not take into account human beings are fucking awful.
Yeah, and there can be
there needs to be checks and balances.
And there could be more than one option in dealing with it. That doesn't have to be the only way,
No, but it's so weird that we've decided, like, oh, especially in California, we've normalized criminal behavior.
Yeah.
And under the guise of systemic racism or whatever it is you want to call it, no, the fact is that it's like homelessness in California. We believe that, hey, we're going to build homes and stop homelessness. No, we don't want to. You have to attack the root causes of something. We have people that are suffering from mental illness and addiction. And unless you're going to spend the money and get those people the help they need, what are they going to do with a home?
Yeah, and it's not going to be solved in 30 days, like in a 30-day treatment facility.
You got to pay the money. And you have to understand it's going to take billions of dollars to get people real help, which means you have to pay therapists. You have to pay caregivers. You have to pay them good wages. You have to have facilities where they can bring people in, and people have to be treated with respect. You have to make sure that those people are paid enough that they're actually going to be able to be. It's very hard to have empathy for people if you're being paid peanuts. Same thing is true of our teachers. You need to make teaching a profession again that is respected and honored, and we're not. We're like, we're paying the least amount of money, and we're taking away any powers teachers have to give, the actual, and it's crazy that our society expects to function. We need to spend money. The problem is, well, what's the return going to be? No, part of our trillions of dollars of tax money, we need to carve it aside and realize that this $50 billion or $100 billion, we're never getting back. We're going to spend it to help people get on their feet. We're going to spend it to pay teachers what they're worth. We're not going to have teachers battling their own school boards. But we don't do that. And I think that, again, Avatar, it maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's Cameron saying, there is something to be said. Like, here's the thing. Traditional families, like Jake Sully and Natiri's family, work. I mean, how much more evidence do you need that a lack of a traditional nuclear family? Now, I'm saying you can have non-traditional families too. You can have families that come together like in Avatar. You don't have to have your standard nuclear family, but families are important. Mothers, fathers, or two fathers and two mothers, or whatever, to have a strong familial bond. And, you know, it's funny, I even saw this movie taken to task. People were upset that Jake Sully was applying military tactics and terminology to his father.
I thought it was great.
Well, first of all, he's a wartime war leader, and he's a Marine, so he's brought his knowledge of tactics into both the family and the and his leadership position, which is something that was also very interesting. Now, working with my friend Mike Schertz, I've watched him he's a Green Beret, Special Forces medic, and he's a doctor, and he was pretty strict on his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but there was always love there, and she respects him and he respects her, and she's done quite well for herself. She's now off in her first year of college. But I watched him use military discipline and military tactics to raise his daughter. I mean, he's still a very loving father and a loving husband, and, you know, they've got 2 dogs and all that. He's a great guy, but it worked. And so when you're a military man and you bring that kind of, not everybody is the great Santini, where you're Robert Duvall and you can't connect with your kids. I mean, Jake Sully used his military background both as a leader and as a father, and it worked. His kids, and you see how much love he has for his kids. That's another thing that's in the way of water, is like the familial element is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, especially in America, we are screaming for families. We are screaming to have more traditional family units that work, not that are dysfunctional. But we all run around, well, let's talk about our trauma and all this. Yeah, you know what our trauma is that we're all broken people from the get-go, because we didn't have a father and a mother the way that the human animal is supposed to. That's how we're supposed to be raised. That's how we evolved to be designed to work in that manner. And we're always trying to run away from our evolution. We don't want to believe we're animals, that we're part of a biosphere, that we're only a bit of it. We want to believe that, oh, no, we're outside of that.
Well,
So-
I also think we need to see the love. We need to see the love on screen. And we saw that clearly from the actions of the characters in this film. We saw love and how important it was in existence. You know, there's this line where Jake talks about happiness. Well, that was easily found. But if you saw what he was showing as happiness, it was the family unit together, playing together, laughing, enjoying each other's company. You know, it was important for them to be able to have those moments to share with one another. That's how they express their love to one another, being around one another, spending time, enjoying certain things that you can only do in the presence of one another. It was so important to see how they valued that, and how really it's important to all of us. I don't think there's anybody out there who doesn't feel that way, that wants to spend more time with their family. You know, it really does mean something. And it means something when you see it in a film conceptualized this way, Robert, because it's not human. So there are humans there, but we can see other aliens also finding this to be an important aspect of their lives. Maybe the most important element of their existence is that love that they have for one another. So I think that they did such a beautiful job showing how much everybody cared for one another. And even they suffer a loss in it, which I felt was, initially I wondered why that was happening, but then I realized that they needed to have something like that happen, Robert. So I said, okay, it's all right. But you know, I could see how these things do happen to people who do experience loss, and they're no different from that. So it doesn't stop them from loving their child one bit. It's something that they have to deal with for the rest of their lives, and it is very different experience for them, but certainly something that I think there's so many things in this film that anybody on earth could relate to. It's a triumph for James Cameron. And, you know, Robert, you were talking about how, you know, you and I have talked about how he's gone down in the trench and gone to these different places. And I have to wonder if these experiences he's having is to give him a different perspective on what it means to be a human in a modern world in the future. How is he going to create these concepts in a way that gives it a deeper, more in-depth feeling so that it resonates. It resonates not just to the children who are going to love this film. Children are going to see this film and they're going to love it. And they're going to, see it over and over again. But for adults where we have seen a huge repertoire of films, even his previous film, how's it going to resonate with us and make us feel that, yeah, this has some significance, some poignance to it? I think he's conceptualized things very differently with these extreme experiences, going down into the trench, going down to these dives, speaking to the people involved in this, getting feedback, having all of these specific experiences for a reason. It's not just because he wants to kind of like say, well, I was only one of two people down here. It's because he wants to give you the best project he can, and the best way he knows how to do that is to broaden himself in this particular way.
Oh, I
He
I totally
he has,
agree.
he has a love for the ocean, I guess, like Jacques Cousteau had a love for the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's
think I think that anybody who is an inquisitive spirit, I mean, to be, if you, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, he talks about the way of water, no beginning, no ending. The ocean is the lifeblood of this planet. The entire biosphere begins with our oceans and with the cycle of water being evaporated, raining down upon us, causing our crops to grow, eventually winding up back in the ocean. I mean, there's a reason the way of water is the way of life, and all that stuff. And he, as a diver, alien, what's really interesting is when you go down to the bottom. I mean, it freaks me out when I just look into or delve into water pressure. Just the idea of water pressure and where he was at the bottom of the Marianas Trench and how much pressure is there and what can happen to you if you were actually out if you were free diving at that, you'd be crushed into a little ball, the human body would just go beep. It's incredible. And that there's creatures living down there that can survive against that water pressure. I mean, it's insane. And if you think about this stuff, like, unfortunately, unless it really affects us immediately, it's hard to, a lot of people don't care. Come on, man, I got to post a picture on Instagram. What do I care about water pressure at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? Well, I mean, if you really think about it, the planet Earth is not very hospitable to human life. You go too high, you suffocate and die. You go too low, you drown or you're crushed. We only can exist as humans on a little like spectrum of the surface of the planet.
Yes.
Which is pretty crazy. Like, you think about intelligent design. Let's say a creator made this planet for us. The idea of the world was created. God certainly didn't make us the most hospitable environment. I mean, on this planet, we, can only be here for a little bit of space. If you look at how many feet above the ground and below the ground, how many feet we can exist, there's a lot of creatures that can exist on a lot more, especially in the ocean, that can exist in a lot more space if you go from the bottom of the ocean than we can, which is kind of interesting to think about. And I think that's what Cameron, is trying to do. By the way, we have so many super chats and tips, and people are saying some really interesting stuff. So let me start with the tips. Hitchcock is the GOAT. Has one of two. I see Nicholas Hoult more as Batman in James Gunn's universe paired with Glenn Powell, or even an unknown, like you said. He was a runner-up to Robert Pattinson for Matt Reeves, and he's used to playing a brooding duality with the beast Hank McCoy. That's Nicholas Hoult. And he goes on to say a known actor can help solidify a comic book audience like Robert Downey Jr. did, who also played an eccentric billionaire, and Nicholas Hoult still wouldn't be overly expensive yet. A known actor for Batman to balance an unknown for Superman. I mean, we've been talking a lot about that. I mean, obviously, we know they want to reboot. I mean, what do you think about that? I like Nicholas Hoult, but
I'm still in I don't know what you would call it, the denial phase of grieving right now. And I'm gonna go into the acceptance phase soon, but I'm still not in the full acceptance phase of what's happened, only because of how great it felt. It was like euphoria, Robert. It was like you got this thing and it felt right, and it was like this. It was a relationship thing. You know, we've been waiting all these years for the relationship to turn around, and all of a sudden the relationship went great, and you're on this high, only to learn that it was not going to turn out the way you wanted. And then Cavill was so classy and in his response. So I'm still in denial, but I'm open to someone else playing. I know he couldn't play it forever. We needed one more film, Robert. One more film. Um, yeah. Yeah.
Look, I agree, but you know what? The fact is, I mean, I look at it this way: we got 3 Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. Those 3 movies were Cavill's trilogy, rightly
Yeah.
or wrongly. And I think it's time to do something different. As a matter of fact, speaking of doing something different, somebody we're going to our third, who just, according to a post from his lovely girlfriend, this gentleman, our co-host, just got out. I can't wait. I think you know, I don't want to speak for him, but I'm going to put him in the show because I can't wait to see what our man, and you know him, you love him, he's the 1/6 scale man, and I'm about to bring him in to this show because if memory serves, first of all, we have so much more to talk about, but really one of the coolest cats you will ever meet, who has, I mean, not that I don't want to take away from his coolness, but let's face it, I mean, talk about a better half. He does have one of the most smoking hot ladies you can possibly imagine, who has the way Natiri loves Jake Sully, LaToya T loves, of course, Lael Rockwell. So he's a lucky dude. But hang on, I'm putting you both in the show. Please welcome the other co-host of this show, Mr. Lael Rockwell.
Lael?
Lael,
How you doing?
how are
man?
you? Okay,
I'm doing good.
we've been now. First of all, let me just make sure you did just get out of Way of Water.
Yes, I did.
You
Oh,
did.
wow.
Okay, so now I would we've been pontificating. I'm
Mhm.
sure people have been tired of listening to us pontificate.
Yeah.
But you are a fresh, like
Fresh out of water.
you're the Way of Water. You're just out. You're like
Fresh
still
out
on
of
the
way of
beach.
water.
I'm
You've
fresh out
barely
the way of
toweled
water.
off. I
I'm
would
fresh out of the water.
I would like to give you the floor, Lael.
Yeah.
Tell us, Lael, what did you think of Avatar: The Way of Water?
Okay, so I start by saying this. I hate to say this. I really hate to say this. But this literally, in my opinion, is the dopest film of the year.
Oh,
Period.
duh, you can say that. You're with
It is
friends.
the best film of the year, in my opinion. And I say it from a different perspective because the thing is, you don't realize how much it's not just a film for James Cameron. It's when he's talking about the way of water, bro, he's talking about also the spirituality of water, the meaning of it. There's a lot of religious preferences in this film, undertones. And also, like you said, you know, in the very beginning, just the feeling of how us humanity culturally, as far as this earth and how we have to keep the earth, how we have to do better, like literally how we literally have to do better, bro. I don't literally understand how he does things. I don't, and I guess we never will. But he is the living embodiment of what it means to take your time, perfect your craft, and do things until you think it's right and until it's ready. You know, don't worry about just basically delaying it and people talking about, well, it takes so long. No, when you think it's right, it's ready, because chances are when you put something out and when he puts something out, it's ahead of its time. This is a visual masterclass, bro, of how
Oh.
you are supposed to do things, how basically you're supposed to shoot a film. Visually stunning, bro. It is visually stunning from beginning to end. You forget the simple fact that, okay, there is land, and there is humanity, but they make it so believable that you almost think that, you know, that the Navi exist. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You think that they exist, and then to see the different tribes and everything, bro, you think that they are real, like real. And the Terry is smoking hot, bro. Like she is. As an alien, she is smoking, but still, bro, like it is so
I'm glad I'm not the only one. You know, the ongoing fascination with fucking ET. You know, come on.
Bro. But literally, it was visually stunning.
By the way, I don't mean ET from the movie ET. I mean just extraterrestrials. For those of you who are new here, we have an ongoing thing. Like, how far on the spectrum would you go to sleep with what kind of an alien?
Bro, so, I mean, literally, it was done. So, now, look, a lot of people are there's going to be conversations about the story. Have we seen these type of stories before? We've seen certain things, but if you inject your own spin on it, and here, put it this way, Rob, when people say, okay, we've seen that story before, I'll push back and say, but have you seen it done this well?
No, yeah, it's done. And by the way, there's a combination of things in this story.
Yep.
That, you know, people, I'm so tired of people going, well, I'm not going to go watch another story about colonizers. I'm like, you didn't even know what that word was until 3 years ago.
You don't know what it means until about 3 years ago, and and you probably still don't. It's just Chinese whispers right now.
Yeah,
bro, like literally, this film it's endearing. It pulls on your heartstrings. I mean, it rips you apart. And the Terry got busy, bro. She got busy.
Oh, dude. I mean, bro, her arrows through the cockpit glass. I mean, it was,
bro, like literally, she got busy. But the thing is, bro, like this again, we say it in as James Cameron is a master at what he does, and he does it so well, bro.
Here's another thing that I don't think people quite understand because they just take it for granted. His understanding of the language of cinema, the same way that Spielberg, the way he sees shot to shot to shot to shot progression and editorial. By the way, he's a credited editor on this film and the original Avatar, and he works with other editors. But he is so, as far as a director goes. Here's the thing: James Cameron is very meat and potatoes. Yeah. You know, he's not Terrence fucking Malick, and he's not Tarkovsky, and he's not, what he is this guy is an in your face. He's going to tell you like you know what James Cameron is? He's like the Eagles or the John Cougar Mellencamp of filmmakers. Yeah. He's like the all-America. He's Bruce Springsteen would be better. Yeah. He's the boss. He goes in there and he knows how to shoot a film. Every one of his shots.
Frame by frame.
It exactly works where most directors don't know. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that are directing these days are very... James Cameron, because he came out of the art department, he came out of directing visual effects. I mean, the guy did visual effects for Escape from New York and Battle Beyond the Stars before he made Terminator. The dude knows about shot progression. Yeah. And he maximizes, the guy is a... Yeah. It just, when I say meat and potatoes, it doesn't give him enough credit. The man probably has one of the best grasps of how to shoot an action scene of anyone that's ever lived. Yeah. And it's innate. It's different than Spielberg. Yeah. Spielberg is more cinematic, but James Cameron is more he's like more of a he's blue collar, man. He's blue collar, and he's a blue collar, dyed in the wool. I'm going to fuck you up visually, and I'm gonna give you a great fucking time at the movies. And he makes no apologies. His stories are simple. He draws upon, hey, what's Titanic? It's Romeo and Juliet. I need a story about What about I'm interested about the failure of technology, so I'm going to make a movie about Titanic. But how do I make people watch it? Oh, I know. Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Star-crossed lovers from different parts of life. Montague and Capulet. As if, and people are like, that's all James Cameron has ever done. He's taken high concept and romance. Romance is a part of every one of his movies. Terminator, Aliens. I mean, even though it's unrequited, you've got Hicks falling in love with Ripley and helping each other out. But then ultimately it's a story of mothers fighting. The Terminator movies have always had love stories. True Lies is literally about a husband who can't tell his wife the truth. It drives their marriage insane, and then it ultimately, those untruths, the revelation, the truth brings them together.
Yep. Like it's what we know what he's like a true storyteller, bro. And he's also a story. He knows how to tell a story and even actually shoot a frame where words aren't enough. The story just the pacing of just one frame and everything that's actually happening in that frame, the visuals, and even like the communication between it's, to me, it was the dynamics, the aesthetics, and just the emotion, the language between, when you see this film, the language between the Navi and the sea creatures without words is phenomenal. Like, it is the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen, bro. Like, the thing is, I can't say enough about the visuals. And the thing is, I was going into this expected, like, honestly, I am not gonna lie. I was going into it was like, you know what? Okay, we saw the first Avatar. What can you do differently from what you've already done? Okay, yeah, we had water, but there was some water, that we saw partially on Navi. I mean, or when we saw basically them, on land, this regular land. I was like, but what am I going to see different? I want something that's different. I'm like, damn, he just punched me in my face, like literally. He just says, "Sit down, son. Watch my movie, and then we'll have a chat afterwards." And that's exactly what happened.
You know that shot that's in the trailer where they first dive into the water? The two characters dive in the water.
Yep.
The underwater. I was like, how? Why do you really need underwater motion cap? I'm like, it was so. It was so realistic when they're under that water. Like, there's a couple of showstopper scenes, like when one character is left all alone and gets pursued by. I mean,
bro.
I was literally in my seat going,
edge of your seat, just like wondering what was going to actually happen, bro, because it was so intensified. The drama was there. You can see the fear. Everything was just there. And here's the thing, Rob. I didn't get this. Here's the thing. Here's another thing that Cameron's good at. You'll ask a question, right? You'll ask a question. You'll be like, well, why is this relevant? And then later on, he'll explain to you why it's so relevant. You know what I mean? I didn't, like, when you bring up that pursuit, I didn't know why in that scene he was saved the way he was. And I didn't know it until later on when the revelation was, okay, this is why he was saved the way he was. This is why he was preserved, because it was making amends. It was atoning for certain things and saying, look, I want to, bro, I can't, because I don't want to say too much, because I know there's a lot of people out there. But
I know. We've been kind of spoiling that shit. By the way, can I just stop for a second? Apropos of nothing, can we just talk about that Wonder Woman statue for just a second?
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, I saw you. Come on.
Yeah, bro.
You happy with that?
I'm ecstatic. This is Christmas. Christmas came early for me this week when I got this piece in, bro.
Congratulations, Lael.
Yes, it took, and I've been waiting for this thing since July.
Yes,
and it finally came in, and I was so excited. I had to take it out the box, and the thing is, I got still figure sitting in the box, and I was like, no, but this baby had to come outside. That box. I could not keep her inside the box. I am extremely happy. You remember how Justin was like, if you saw Justin, his review, he was telling you how like hard it was to do this, because the thing is, the whip is wired and you have to do it yourself.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
that I was noticing. I mean, come on, that's dope.
It wasn't as complicated. It because I was so vested in just making sure that she was done right. I just took my time. But man, this thing is in person. It is visually stunning. You will love it, bro.
Dude, the stuff that we've been getting. I mean, I know.
Yeah.
I but my Star Trek: The Motion Picture, Admiral Kirk from X06.
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, I still,
Yeah.
and Spock. I mean,
Spock's coming. Yeah.
Spock's coming next week. This
Mhm.
shit is dope. I mean, I haven't opened it up.
You didn't take it out of the box yet?
No. I've got to finish. By the way, do you know what I'm supposed to get on Monday? My Batmobile.
What?
My
Do you know what
66 Batmobile.
Yeah. You know what I'm supposed to get this weekend?
I do not.
I told you. The cockpit is supposed to get here this weekend.
That. Oh, yes. I thought it. Oh, okay. Okay. I know I told you to wait for Christmas, but fuck it, you're not gonna wait for Christmas. So, I of all the people in the world, I cannot wait. Like I told you, you have to promise me that you're going to do this.
I told you.
You're going to set up. You have to have LaToya be right there.
Yeah.
So and if someone's get one of your daughters or whatever, you need to be Here's what you need to do. You need to be standing in front of the cockpit, looking into it, whether there's figures in it or not.
Yeah.
When the lights first come on.
When they turn on.
Yeah, when they turn on, and I want LaToya to shoot down on the cockpit of your face and get it as soon as the lights go.
As soon as the light comes on,
and
right?
and when you see what it looks like,
Yeah.
and she takes the picture. That's what I want. I just want a picture of your face, like
When
looking down, so you see that there's a cockpit there. Because like for me, there's a picture of me that I took of myself on social media, where I was like looking into it. I took, dude.
It's that phenomenal.
It's that phenomenal. It's that phenomenal. And the thing is, you gotta wait. Don't turn on the light until after, because you have to put the seats down, and you get the little controls that go on the cockpit.
Yeah.
So for those people are like, what the fuck are they talking about? So there's a company in the Netherlands called Jazz Inc. that makes 6-scale ships and environments for figures. And they made a 6-scale Millennium Falcon cockpit that lights up. And it's basically a recreation of the actual set where they shot Star Wars on, because that was, it was a set. And they've recreated it, and you're getting it. Which, by the way, you're getting it because I played LaToya T's commercial for 6 months. That was the deal. I said, I play your commercial, you let him buy the...
Yeah.
And so the same company is sending me my 66 6-scale Batmobile that I've been waiting for 3 years. And by the way, I got an email from Yost. He's like, I need you to pay some more money down for that Batwing, and if you could pay off the snow speeder, that'd be great. I'm like,
oh, he sent you that. He sent you the email. Really?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I've been a little slack on my payments, because he lets you. He's like, I just need to know, And the funny thing is, the snow speeder I have, the snow speeder and the Batwing. When you theoretically, you want them.
Yeah, you do.
But then when the reality comes in, how big they are, like I'm not going to be able. Elizabeth's like, "What is this? What is this gigantic box you got?" Well, it's the 1989 Batwing from Tim Burton's Batman. What the fuck are you going to do with this? I'm like, I was thinking about hanging it from the movie room, or find a wall where we can have a giant LED moon, and I can just have it hanging on the moon. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a lot of super chats, and I was getting to those. I want to get into these. Oh, yes.
Robert, I've been told to remind you that Omar 94 has some letters that he submitted for you to read if you can.
Yes. We will get to those. But yes. So Tatman12 says, Avatar: The Way of Water jumping in and out of high and regular frame rates did not bode well with me. I wanted it all to be high frames, and I got upset when it wasn't. Maybe it's just a hardcore gamer in me who plays games up to 200 frames a second. Thoughts on big spectacle movies doing high frame rates more often? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Avatar: The Way of Water is shot, and it as it goes along, it's in multiple frame rates. So it was shooting at a higher frame rate, 48 frames per second and 24 frames per second, and it's jumping in and out of them, sometimes from shot to shot. Now, for those of you who don't know, movies have normally been traditionally shot at 24 frames a second. And the way we see, and those are 24 still frames that are projected per second, and they create the illusion of movement. So persistence of vision is what creates the idea of motion when you're really watching still frames. A movie is just a succession of still frames projected fast, and our brains trick us into seeing the movement. Well, they started experimenting like Peter Jackson did with The Hobbit, shooting things in high frame rate. The first time I saw high frame rate was with Douglas Trumbull, the special effects maestro who worked on 2001 and Star Trek The Motion Picture and Blade Runner. He created a system called ShowScan, which was a 60 frames per second frame rate. Now, what happens is, at a high frame rate, is our perception of reality. When you get it to oversimplify things, our brains believe that when we're looking at something in a high frame rate, that we're seeing reality. And so that's why people say, well, it looks like a soap opera. What it looks like is if we're actually standing in the room. It doesn't look like a movie.
Yeah.
It looks like how we perceive reality. That's why, and when you're making a film, a motion picture requires like the way, for instance, how scenic painters might take a wall that is made of wood and they're able to paint it to look like concrete. But when you're looking at something at high frame rates, you can tell it's wood that's painted to look like concrete, because the way our brains perceive that image is as reality as opposed to a movie where there's distance. So the high frame rate issue, when it goes down to 48 and the way James Cameron uses it, you're dipping in and out of high frame rates, which is playing with the perception of the human brain. I loved the way it was in Avatar. I was very aware that I'm watching multiple different kinds of frame rates, and he was using it the way a director would use any tool. But now 200 frames and gaming is very different because our brains are not looking at reality. We are looking at computer-generated images for the most part.
All
even
digital.
cuts, even cut scenes are all digital. Whereas when you're looking at, the reason I think high frame rate works more in Avatar: The Way of Water is because everything is virtual. If Cameron was on the beach shooting stuff, the high frame rate wouldn't work. So to answer his question, the problem is when you are shooting at a high frame rate, our brains cannot distinguish between reality and a movie. So it looks like they call it the motion smoothing effect or the soap opera effect. Either way, what it does is it creates, there's a distance between, there's an aesthetic when you're watching a movie, like looking at a painting, but when you look at something high frame rate, you're no longer looking at a movie, you're actually looking at reality. It's as if you were on set and you're watching something real. That's the problem. I don't think it works for movies.
Yeah.
I think we need that distinction between reality and film, because when you're watching what was so weird is it when you're looking like The Hobbit in a high frame rate, it's like you're on set while they were filming it, so it no longer is distance. But I think
because you can even see when like they're moving, like for especially for The Hobbit, especially when they're moving around, it's sort of like the movement doesn't match the set, everything that's going on around it.
Right.
It's different. Like the pacing is different. It's like, you know what? It looks like someone is panning a camera and like panning a certain way where, you know, you can almost like where, you know, the set is supposed to sort of move with the characters in a sense, like move around and give you like that depth. If for that movie, I don't think it worked. And it was just weird.
It didn't work. It was an interesting experiment, but I think that when we're watching things, it just I hated it with The Hobbit because it looked like I was shooting. You know what? For me, when I watched The Hobbit, it looked like how it looked when I was on Lord of the Rings shooting behind the scenes footage.
Yeah,
it looked like the whole movie was behind the scenes footage and not a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Mark, our friend Glenn Mark, Says, hi guys, enjoyed the two father-son stories going on in Avatar 2, and I'm sure you picked up on the mini Moby Dick tale. Oh, yeah, I mean, there was multiple Moby Dick tales. I mean, you could say that Quaritch was Ahab and Jake Sully was Moby Dick. Or you could say that literally some of the whales they went after. But yeah, I love the father-son storyline.
Yeah.
Both of them I thought was great. Motassem says, regarding The Rock as a franchise steroid, other than the Fast and Furious franchise, what franchises has The Rock boosted? I don't think any. And I like The Rock. I read today that he unfollowed the Black Adam Twitter feed or something.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel bad that Black Adam has not made $400 million yet. I do, but I mean, here's the thing. He did everything he could to make that movie win.
Yes, he did.
He busted his ass. He looks great, but the problem is they didn't have a great script. They had everything. The Justice Society was awesome. They just didn't have the great script.
Yeah, I just here's the thing, bro. Like, I mean, I think there was heavy expectations, and even him himself, he put too much expectation on this film to succeed at a certain level. And he really was committed to it, and I understand that. But when you're committed to something, it's not going to always translate to how. I mean, especially like if there's so much drama behind the scenes, everything that's actually going on. We knew what was going on within the DCU, like as far as cinematically, the drama that was happening behind the scenes. And again, like, as much as he wanted it to be successful, he thought it should have been successful. He probably still thinks it's successful in his mind. He feels as though it's successful.
Well, it was a passion project that got made,
Yeah.
and in that sense, it was successful. But unfortunately, it was an expensive movie, and it just didn't return. I mean, it was uniquely unsuccessful. Only barely $400 million in this day and age. The problem with that movie was it was a throwback to an earlier age. They really needed to make a better script, and they needed to make a better story.
And I also feel that it was a complete failure for marketing, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I feel that this was one of the worst marketed films
Yeah.
I've ever seen. Pretty much for months and months, I would go to the theater and see the advertisement for this film. And when I finally watched it, I said, this is not the same film at all. I don't even know what kind of advertising it was. In fact, the advertising for the film turned me off to seeing it. I didn't want to see it after seeing the trailers in the theaters. So I think it actually hurt the film.
By the way, Lael, can I just say I've never actually looked. I never looked at your background because I'm looking at you incoming on this. I'm looking at your actual posing of all your figures and your.
Yep.
Dude, that's some dope ass posing, man. I mean, I love Krennic and Vader and Tarkin down there, and Chew and this. Oh man, there's a lot of. I don't know what you're gonna do with that cockpit. But you're gonna have to rejigger some.
I have a special place.
You do?
I have some things in mind, man. Because the thing is, it's crazy because it's the cockpit. Also on Sunday, the Hydra Stomper and Steve Rogers arrives. So I get that on Sunday. So there's a lot of ingenuity, but the thing is, it's like the thing is a lot I'm gonna put aside too. Because I have to put aside because of the kids. We have to kind of make sure that they're sorted out for the holidays and Christmas and stuff like that.
Of course.
So, but yeah, it's right. Posing is fun, bro. That's what we do. And this is why, like, and I don't know if you've been following right now, like in the community right now, when it comes to like the Batman Begins figure that just dropped last week. There was a lot of drama. When it comes to that.
But you came out and you said, hey, it's a great figure.
I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it's good. I loved it. I didn't have problems with it.
Action figure fans are like movie fans. They've lost all perspective. They're like, come on, man.
It's a figure. It's just pose it up and make it look good. Get the presence. The presence is there if you just take your time with it, bro.
Will the Black Adam figure sell out, or is it gonna be available for a long time?
Here's the thing. Like, do you think we're going to get another Black Adam film?
No. You know why I'm asking? Because I want to get it, but I want to put him in a tailored suit like he looks like in Ballers. Because I like him in that.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see. Look, you can see. I've got my that custom Kingdom Come figure here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pose Black Adam with Kingdom Come Superman, Golden Armor, Wonder Woman, and Black Adam, and then suddenly I've got a Kingdom Come display. Here's the thing, like She-Hulk. I don't care if I didn't like She-Hulk or I thought it was unsuccessful. I want a She-Hulk figure to go with my Marvel figures and put them up with the pantheon of Avengers.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. Like, I get to do with my action figures what I didn't get to see done with the movies.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask both of y'all a question because this is a really important question to me.
Yeah.
And I'm only saying this because it's really strange that these announcements are going on, from the announcement of, of course, Cavill no longer being Superman. Also, the announcement that Ben Affleck is possibly going to direct the film. And also the simple fact that there's not going to be a Wonder Woman 3, yet we haven't heard anything from Gal Gadot.
Well,
so do you think she's done? Or do you think she's done? You think that she's done? Like she's not going to be back?
Look, here's the thing. I don't believe film is entirely subjective. I believe people's opinions are subjective.
Yeah.
I believe art has objectivity in it. Wonder Woman 84 was god awful.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't just like I liked it, whatever. No. If you think about what it should have been, like you could go into the Warner Brothers, the entire history of DC Comics Wonder Woman. That movie, here's what I hated. The story of Wonder Woman 84 wasn't about Wonder Woman. It's like she was dropped into like, okay, we've got the Rock of Ages and we're all going to make wishes. Yeah. That plot was like, I talk about Manifest being an impossible premise show. That plot was terrible. Yeah. I understand what they were going for, but what does it have to do with Wonder Woman or Cheetah? It was so far removed from the first Wonder Woman. And by the way, Patty Jenkins, God love her, she did not develop Wonder Woman 1. She was brought in because she replaced the original director.
Yeah.
So all the creative for Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman, was done. She directed it. She executed the planning, but she was given carte blanche to do with whatever she wanted on Wonder Woman 84. I mean, I was excited to see a Wonder Woman movie take place in 1984. They did not make good use of that year at all.
At all. Everything felt like it took place in one area.
The music was terrible. The story was terrible. The wishing story, that was a whole different movie. That could have been a comedy movie starring Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
It was a terrible film.
Yeah.
Patty Jenkins torpedoed her future with any superhero film at Warner Brothers with Wonder Woman 84.
And she also hurt the Wonder Woman franchise.
Oh, that was god fucking awful. And
so do you think that because of her choices that she also kind of ruined Gal Gadot's chances?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she did. And here's the thing. I mean, what Gal Gadot, everybody was all of the Snyderverse did not work out the way it was supposed to on any level. Now, Wonder Woman did okay, but Zack Snyder's, and I've said this before, the problem with Zack Snyder's universe, and whether you accept this or not, or whether you want to take me to task or not, is there is no joy. I love Man of Steel. Loved it. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and I watch it, the Ultimate Edition. I love the imagery of that movie. That movie is such a fucking bummer. It begins with the destruction of Metropolis and Bruce Wayne watching his building collapse and all these people die. And it ends with the death of Superman. That film has not one shred of joy in it. They should have, and I know Zack Snyder's thing, you put Batman and Superman together, it better be fucking world's finest.
Yeah.
That's what you want. That was the movie. It should have been, can you imagine going from Man of Steel to world's finest?
Yeah.
And lean into that? The friendship, the partnership of Superman and Batman when they first meet, it's a meet cute.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
make that's what it should have been. Instead, Batman and Superman hate each other.
Yeah.
And then they try and kill each other. And then Superman dies and Doomsday is in it and Wonder Woman's there. That movie, as much as I appreciate the imagery, and then there's the whole nightmare sequence and looking for the anti-life equation and look, I love my Nightmare Joker and my Nightmare Flash, and I love my Nightmare 2-pack from Justice League. It's great. But that movie makes you want to fucking slit your wrists. And a movie with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman in it. Why? I mean, the film that it just doesn't work.
It was convoluted.
And I like it, but there's nothing in it that put a smile on my face. It's all about, it's like I was saying, it's fucking metal, man. Yeah, it's metal. That's what it is. It's that Molly Hatchet album cover with the Death Dealer. The reason that Zack Snyder's and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League, I do, but that's for the angry young man in me that look, you put Batman and Superman in a movie, it should put a smile on your face. You never smile. The only time I ever smile in that movie is when Wonder Woman shows up, and I picture the most smoking hot violinist, cellist, electric cellist, Tina Guo going, doing that. I'm like, and she's smoking hot. I'm like, that's the only fun that you get out of that movie. You smile when she shows up and kicks ass.
The other thing too, in regards to Gal, is that, at this stage in her career, Gal is not ever going to have to look for a movie to star in for the rest of her life. I'm going to say that much for her. However, remember, she wants to do things like Cleopatra. She wants to progress and do other types of projects. And when you have a failure like Wonder Woman 1984, it kind of stalls that, doesn't it?
Yes,
no one's willing to invest in something as big as Cleopatra, as a project that requires so much money, so much time, so much investment, so much merchandising for just even the advertising to get people to see Cleopatra.
First of all,
no
one in the world right now wants to watch a Cleopatra movie. No one. And I'm sorry, as much as, I'm a Zionist, I'm a Jew, and I'm a Zionist. Yeah. Are you kidding me? You're going to have a hot Israeli Wonder Woman play Cleopatra? Talk about shit, man. There's nothing I could do. I cannot culturally appropriate enough shit to get people more mad than there's certain parts of the world that we'd be pissed that Gal Gadot's going to be playing Cleopatra.
Literally would be pissed. And that would have been it would have been a serious mistake for her to do it.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what. I'm starring as Malcolm X in the remake of Spike Lee's Malcolm X. I would get less pushback than Gal Gadot would get in certain parts of the world playing Cleopatra.
But doing projects that she wants to do, her own choice, is going to be harder for her now, especially if it's something outside of what she's being offered.
Oh, 100%. I mean, here's the thing in Hollywood. If you want to be an independent filmmaker and make movies for $5 million, $10 million, like Jason Blum has got it figured out. M. Night Shyamalan was ostracized because he made a bunch of shitty movies. He comes back and makes a $5 million movie that he probably financed, The Visit, gets Blumhouse on board, they release it through Universal, becomes a minor hit. He's got his career back. You make a movie like you follow up Wonder Woman that everybody loved with Wonder Woman 84 with magic and wishes and all this crap. It's like, what a movie that's Maxwell Lord takes front and center. It's not even a good version of Maxwell Lord. That film is so bad. Now I would say you can like it all you want. That's fine. But as far as the industry was concerned, look at, even though it's during the pandemic and all that, that movie is Batman and Robin. It's that fucking bad.
Damn. Yeah. The thing is, it's like, you would have thought that there would have been some type of, and it's like, when you see projects like that, and if you see it, and this is what I love about Zaslav, like he sees something, he doesn't like it, he doesn't think it's worthy. Oh no, we're not putting that out. And I'm just wondering why no one actually, who greenlit that treatment, and had nothing to say about it. Like there should have been someone in the room who said, I don't, I
There was a
just
lot of
really don't.
pressure for this film to be released.
Yeah. Like,
Well, and also here's the thing. You know, we now live in a world where there's a trade-off. There's representation, there's equality, there's equity. Everybody wants to make sure that people get a shot. You have Patty Jenkins and you have Gal Gadot, a formidable female force, and they've made this movie together that did really, really well.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In Hollywood, when you're spending $150 to $200 million of other people's money, it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, where you come from. You're spending $150 to $200 million of people's money.
Yeah.
The case of Wonder Woman 84 was like, oh, we have to let these ladies go out, go do what they want. It doesn't matter who they were, that the fact they were male, female, whatever. What they did was they allowed a director and a star that had earned the clout to go do whatever they want because Wonder Woman was successful. It has nothing to do with their gender, their race, their religion. They made money. They succeeded. They bought themselves a seat. They bought themselves what Hollywood never gives you, which is control.
Mm-hmm.
The earnings of Wonder Woman got Patty Jenkins and Gal Gadot the power to do whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
And they, well, I would say more Patty Jenkins and Jeff Johns or whatever, that power was, I don't know how it was used, but they fucked up.
Yeah,
they got a chance. You only get one shot, man. You get one shot at $100 million, $200 million sequel for a major motion picture studio. They already won.
Mm-hmm.
They took all of their goodwill and they made something that was fucking terrible. and whether I liked it or you might like it, it was terrible. It was so ill-conceived. And by the way, it did not plus. What they needed to give you was The Road Warrior or The Empire Strikes Back or Godfather 2. Even Rocky 2 would have been a great, or even Jaws 2 would have been a better sequel. Wonder Woman 84 might be one of the very worst sequels ever made in Hollywood. I've never seen two people that they could do whatever they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Give us something. The fact that Wonder Woman 84 has a terrible soundtrack.
Yeah.
It is in itself. It's 1984.
One of the best decades for
music. Oh my God. I mean, do you know what came out in 1984? Fucking Purple Rain. Mm-hmm. From Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers released Purple Rain.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if that was in the film? Oh my God.
If that was in the film. They could have revisited that soundtrack and just said, you know,
it's owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
I mean, let's
they
go
could
crazy.
Have Prince in the film. Oh my gosh.
I don't know. That's the thing. Is it's like
terrible.
When you look at it, it was, bro. It was a dumpster fire of a mess, and it was night and day. It was night and day from what we actually received with the first Wonder Woman film. And I don't understand that. I had anticipated it. I wanted to see it, but it just didn't bode well. And I'm like, yo, and that's why I keep saying, like, I know the pressure was there, but even with that level of pressure, you had to know that if you've seen this before, it was going to be pushback. It was bad. It was terrible. I hated Max Warlord's character.
Oh my God.
I did not like that character at all.
I love Pedro Pascal. And by the way, Maxwell Lord introduced in Justice League International, or just Justice League in the mid 80s, I am a huge, Justice League was my jam, my first favorite superhero team, the comedic Justice League, Keith Giffen, Jan DeMatteis, Kevin Maguire. That was where Maxwell Lord came from. And even when they turned him into a fucking villain when they killed him in Identity Crisis,
and Wonder Woman actually,
killed him, fucking killed him.
He killed him, yep.
But I loved Maxwell Lord and Elrond and all the comedic. His portrayal of that character, I'm like, what movie are you making? The tone of that movie was so diametrically opposed from It's like I'm looking at this going, you know what? If I could have just talked to them for 15 minutes in a room and said, "Hey, not that I know everything, but I did get paid to read like 1,000 scripts in my life," and I'm like,
Yeah.
you could have fixed this.
Yeah.
There's nothing in that movie is what the audience that loved Wonder Woman wanted. Not one thing about that film. And by the way, that movie's not even about Wonder Woman. It's a reactionary story where she's like having to deal with a bunch of bullshit about wishes and things like that. And why didn't some anarchist going, "I wish the world ended"?
Yeah.
It's a terrible fucking movie. It makes no sense. Like somebody would have said, "I'm depressed. I was going to kill myself, but now I can wish for anything. I wish the world ended."
Yeah. Exactly.
That movie's terrible.
And
It's
now
so
Pop is
bad.
Celestial.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and can you imagine, like, she resurrects Steve Trevor as her fuckboy, and some poor schmuck has his body taken over?
The only way a woman can get a guy is that she has to freaking make a wish. Like Wonder Woman would ever be for want of a man. Like, come on.
Not at all.
I mean, and like, here's the thing. Yes, my boyfriend died in World War I. It's now 1984, and I haven't had dick since then. Like, give me a break. I mean, I know, Lael, you love it when we talk about this way. You love when I talk about the fucking. But Wonder Woman, are you kidding me?
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
None of those women are for want of a man, even though we don't see it in the story. None of them are for want of a man. So
and you look at her, and then, first of all, she makes Steve Trevor wear a members only jacket. Now, I loved members only, but I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, you would have already been an art history major. You should have been the fashionista. First of all, Wonder Woman should have been a woman of wealth and taste, man. I mean, she should have dressed Steve Trevor in the finest threads. Like, dressed him. He's wearing it's so weird. That whole thing, that poor guy, whoever Steve Trevor's body was inhabited. Weird. She turns him into this weird fuckboy in that movie.
Man.
It's disgusting, honestly.
Wow. Members only.
She could find anybody. We could find, that's so ridiculous.
I don't know. It just see, the thing is, it just felt like the entire film took place in one. It literally in one small confined area.
What does it have to do with 1984? Exactly.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it had nothing to do with 1984. The soundtrack wasn't there. The pacing of the film was dumb. It was all over the place, and I didn't understand it. And then you bring somebody, I mean, an icon like Linda Carter into that film. You bring an icon into this film at the very end during the post, and that really didn't make any sense to me. It really, really didn't. I'm like, I don't. Here's the thing. It's like, Patty Jenkins, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. If you had to help the last film, take direction. Learn to take direction. If people are wanting to help you, just allow that to happen. No. Like, I don't understand what happened with this film at all. The thing is, if you ask me how many times I've watched it, twice. That was it.
Dude, I can't get the Maxwell Lord stuff. I can't get past it.
Yeah,
I mean, the way Pedro Pascal is anyway. So we're so derailed on this conversation.
So I know we are, and it's like I didn't want. I just wanted to ask that question because
that's why it's Midnight Musings, though. You can ask whatever you want. That's why people watch us.
So do you think, Rob? Because this is Rob After Dark. Do you think?
Oh my God.
That this new direction is going to work? Now, here's the thing. Before you even answer that question, though, I want to say this really quick. All week. And because I didn't really say too much about it on my own channel, but the only thing that I didn't like, okay, I understand that things have to be rebooted in order to get it right. You have to go back and you have to do things differently. You have to start from scratch, whether we like it or not. The future of this franchise is depending on how well stories are written, well directed, and if it actually has a plan. So I get that and I understand that. That's why I'm like, you know what, things happen. Sure. Actors have to be shifted around, moved around. I get that. The only thing that I don't like, and this is my opinion, that I didn't like is how vocal James Gunn has been in feeling that he needs to basically answer questions and push back against certain things. I wouldn't say shit. Like literally, I wouldn't say anything. I would let the work speak for itself. I get it, but then again, I don't. I just think that any announcement that was made should have been done during some type of press event or something like that.
Yeah,
It's just,
I
it was just messy.
think they're going to do that, but here's the thing about
Yeah.
James Gunn is, here's what's so funny. Like
Yeah.
I've worked with James Gunn. I know James Gunn. I have the
Yeah.
utmost respect. I really like him.
Yeah.
He's always been a terrific guy, and if you look, I mean, he worked his way up in the independent world, working for Lloyd Kaufman at Troma.
Uh-huh.
He wrote movies, whether it was Scooby-Doo movies or Dawn of the Dead. He made two great movies at like the $3 million level, Slither and Super, and look what he did with Guardians. It's so funny to me because
Yeah.
he's been given, he's one of us. He's one of us. He's a total geek, dyed in the wool. He wrote it's very dark. He wrote a novel called
Yeah.
The Toy Collector, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get his novel, The Toy Collector. It's not what you would expect, but it's a very dark novel. He's a real creative force. And look, people doubted him when he made Guardians of the Galaxy. The first trailer,
Yeah.
people were like, what? And then, of course, cut to everyone loves it. So the thing is, but James Gunn's we finally have a studio executive that's on Twitter, that's been on Twitter for a decade, whatever, since it was its inception. But I do feel that he needs to debunk certain things, because what they're doing now is here's what people have to remember. Between Peter Safran and James Gunn, which, by the way, they worked together 20 years ago on a movie I worked with them on called The Specials.
Yeah.
They know each other. Peter Safran's in James Wan's camp, ran the whole Conjuring franchise for Warner Bros. Also produced Aquaman. James Gunn comes over, who's a filmmaker. They're meeting with all of these people. They're meeting with Henry Cavill. They're meeting with Ben Affleck. They already know what they want to do. They have access to everybody. James Gunn has anyone he wants on speed dial. What they're doing is they've been given a task to create a 10-year plan. No one's ever been able to do this ever, not even Kevin Feige. They're being given keys to the kingdom. They are going to come out, guns blazing. They're going to be like, here's what we're doing. Superman is the cornerstone of this. Batman's very important. And James Gunn's a huge comic book fan. He's a huge DC fan. He knows.
Yeah.
And so they're going to announce, here's what we are doing. They're going to handpick their people. David Zaslav wants them to succeed. And we're going to get some very exciting stuff. Now, why all these people? Where was the love for Zack Snyder when Man of Steel came out? I've been defending that movie since it came out. And now it's like, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, restore the Snyderverse. Where were you motherfuckers back when Man of Steel came out? Certainly not where I was on being a pundit loving Man of Steel. I bought all three of those Hot Toys. I have Zod, I have Jor-El, and I have Cavill, my Cavill figures on the John Campea set. I mean, it's like people weren't there. It's so weird that people are retconning the whole world. I mean, the fact is, Batman v Superman was expected to make how much money it was going to make. It didn't.
And it didn't,
So here's the thing. The DC universe, the fact that we got the Snyder Cut at all, that is one of the greatest victories of fandom in history. Take that win. You won. And now everyone's like, push it. Now restore the Snyderverse. No. You don't get to win. Then there's no other game. Zack Snyder's gone to Netflix. He's making his Rebel Moon series. Go support him there. Now all you people you want Zack Snyder to do your bidding? You won. You won. You raised money for charity. The Snyder Cut was made. We won. We all won. I love that.
Yes.
And then he goes to Netflix and gets his new universe. If you're not supporting Zack Snyder's new Rebel Moon universe, you're not a Zack Snyder fan. You're a fan of yourself and what you want. Support an artist who got a great deal to make a brand new universe that's his. Don't bitch and moan and complain, fire James Gunn, restore the Snyderverse. Honestly, fuck you. You know what? Be a supporter if you're a supporter of Zack Snyder, support Zack Snyder. Support his new effort. He's making an entirely new universe that he is creating. It's called
Yeah.
Rebel Moon. If you're a Zack Snyder fan, support what your boy Zack Snyder is doing right now. Don't stomp your feet and demand for something that's not going to happen. Support Zack Snyder. And I keep, these people keep coming back to me. And I'm like, guys, you're not supporting Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
You're just supporting yourself. You're being assholes.
And you know what? The beautiful part about the beautiful part about this is that, and people have to realize, is that, you know, James Gunn and Peter Safran are the first two individuals that came into this, you know, Warner Brothers DC situation and had the balls to make the changes that were necessary.
Oh yeah,
like literally, like to make the changes that were actually needed. And the thing is, it's like, yo, not everybody's gonna like change. Not everybody is accepting of change. We understand that. But sometimes change has to happen no matter how much we are attaching ourselves emotionally to certain characters and certain individuals who play this character. We have to understand that sometimes that change is necessary. And once the change happens, if the narrative bodes, if the way they're seeing this playing out, if it works, then people are going to actually look at this in the very beginning and be like, you know what? They were right. You know, they were right. This is what was actually needed.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And we also, and I'm kind of want to get back to the debunking comment in regards to responsible journalism, where, you know, we were seeing the sorts of things where if a press release was given, any kind of press release was given, and it wasn't from anyone specific. This is just a press release from that company. And the press release would go out, and then people would start to make videos that would say, well, I bet you Gunn doesn't feel that way. I bet you that wasn't his first decision or his first choice. Well, now we don't have that because he's telling you right now, yes, this is how I feel, and that's the answer. And no, you're wrong. And that's pretty much the end of the discussion. And it's refreshing just to have someone
I love it
there, and because there's no other way to go and speculate. So the only video they can make is he debunks everybody. Well, yes, we already knew that. We didn't need you to make a video to say that. But, you know, a lot of what I'm seeing, a lot of what's happening out there is they want to speculate outside of the natural news that we're getting, reading into things unnecessarily. This is very refreshing because, you know, we don't have to worry about whether or not there's confidence in Gunn or anything like that. We already know where he stands, and no one is questioning, well, this seems different from what the press release was. No, that we don't even have to go there. It's nice to be able to just see that direct line of a response in someone who's confident and happy, more than happy to make these responses. So that we don't have to get somebody from the press group and say, well, this is what I want you to write down in the press thing. This is what I want you to write. He wants to be the communicator. He's proud of this work. He's so proud of what he's doing right now that he's elated. He's as elated as Cavill was when Cavill made his announcements of coming back. And they've kept the relationship still positive. This is the type of example we need going forward, maybe from every producer. Director.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because we as a fan community, we have one of ours, James Gunn, who has been anointed to, and him and Peter Safran that have been working together for 20 years, and Peter Safran, the Conjuring universe, all that. We have two guys, even more than Kevin Feige, because Kevin Feige's not a director.
Yeah.
We have two guys that have been given the keys to the kingdom. And here's the thing. Do you think they want to fuck up? I don't want the pressure. I can't even imagine. They have a chance to create something. And by the way, they have to believe in their own creative. And here's the funny thing. Everyone's like, well, I don't like James Gunn's attitude with Peacemaker and Suicide Squad. Look, why do you think James Gunn is talking to Ben Affleck? Because he directed Argo, which won the Academy Award for Best Picture. Ben Affleck, take away all the Batman, whatever. The guy is a world-class filmmaker that has made 4 feature films for Warner Brothers, including Argo, which won Best Picture. Do you think that they're talking to him because, do you know, he had a Batman script, the Batman versus Deathstroke, the Terminator. I'm like, everyone said all the people, I have not read the script. I haven't been able to find it. People have said that's one of the best Batman scripts they ever read. They have a filmmaker, forget Ben Affleck was Batman. Remember that Ben Affleck directed Argo, that won Best Picture. They've got that guy at their fingertips. They've already talked to him. They're already looking for something to direct. Do you think he doesn't want to direct a Batman movie? He wanted to direct a Batman movie where he didn't play Batman. They're talking to him. Imagine who else they're talking to. They're talking to whoever they want. They're going to come out. I am so excited for what James Gunn and Peter Safran are going to do. They're going to make an announcement after the first of the year, and they're going to blow away because they have to. They have to. They have to make an announcement. We're going to make these 6 movies, and the first one's going to come out at the end of 2024, and it's going to be Superman, written and directed by James Gunn, I think. Why would he write a movie that he's not going to direct, and it's Superman, unless the director is even... But all the directors he has access to write their own shit. So we are in a position where we should be looking at this as one of the most exciting things that has happened to fandom, maybe ever.
Yes.
Maybe ever. And yet we're all bitching. I mean, I can't believe I live in a world where people bitch about James Gunn. They're writing change.org petitions, fire James Gunn. I'm like, are you kidding me? What world do you live in? And hire who? Who do you want to hire? Because Zack Snyder's movies were always disappointing for the studio. As much as I like them, even I can say, I love Man of Steel. I like Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. Those movies are niche. They are not mass. They are not mass consumption films. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, I want to take a hammer to my forehead. That movie begins with Metropolis being destroyed and ends with the death of Superman. If I had an 8-year-old son and took him to have a good time and bond with my son, that wouldn't be the movie I would take him to. It's a movie about death and destruction and horror. And it's awesome, but it ain't 4-quadrant. And there's a reason why Zack Snyder did what he did. I love what he did, but what he did is not for the masses. And smart people can say, you know what? I love what he did too. I'm a huge Zack Snyder fan. That was not where Batman and Superman. We want to see world's finest. We need a color palette.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think, and this is another thing that I was thinking about, because with you brought up a very interesting point, with people, and these hashtags and these movements and these petitions that are being signed. Do you think that we will have some negative review bombing for Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because he's directed that film and, people are, pretty much uncomfortable with the simple fact that he's made these moves? Do you think that they're going to actually attack that film?
Probably. But you know what? This is why fandom has become what it's become. And of the one person. Now, here's the thing. You got to give somebody a chance to show what they're going to do. I mean, Peacemaker is hilarious. I love James Gunn. If you asked me 10 years ago, if Lael, if I knew you 10 years ago, and if you came to me and said, Rob, I've heard rumors that we're going to see Starro in live action. I'm like, no way, dude. No one's going to ever put Starro in a movie. Like with the starfish on the faces? Like, come on.
Yeah.
James Gunn did. Like, like I grew up, I'm a lifelong Justice League fan. The fact that Starro was in a lot, that alone, I know most people whatever. But if you're an old school star, it's King Shark voiced by Sly,
or even allowing Harley Quinn to jump the bones of that incredibly attractive, super sexy dictator dude, which
I mean,
all of us are thinking that she's going to do, and you want to, and she's just like, oh my gosh, you're so hot. I mean, her being free enough to go ahead and go after what she wants like that. Thank you for doing that.
And how about the fact that King Shark is sitting in a truck and he's looking at like two people kissing in an alleyway and he's like, "Oh, I'm never gonna have that." Like it's amazing what James Gunn did. Now it might not be your thing, but I would ask all of fandom. You need to educate yourselves and stop and think before you're like, "Rah, rah, rah," and look at what we're actually getting. And I'm not saying you have to love everything. But look at where we're at and what's going on. David Zaslav has given the keys to the kingdom to two dudes, one guy producing James Wan's Conjuring franchise, which is, who doesn't love the Conjuring? Whether it's Annabelle, the Nun, whether it's all the Conjuring movies, and he produced Aquaman. Aquaman, you know why it made $1 billion? Because it had joy in it. It starts out with Boba Fett falling in love with Nicole Kidman. And they have their half-breed kid. And it's joyful. And dudes are fighting on armored seahorses and sharks at the end of that movie. And Jaimin Hansu's a fish man. I mean, what's not to love about that? That was the DC universe. I love that movie. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I mean, Black Manta had a Black Manta helmet on.
Yeah.
And people wonder, like, what's going on? As much as I get it, I understand, but there's a reason why we're getting what we're getting, and I would say wait and see. Don't accept it, but wait and see. Give people a chance.
Just wait till it happens. Just like let it play itself out. Like,
and if they do something that sucks, by all means, drive a stake through their fucking hearts. Like modern Star Trek.
Point. As I'm saying, like
Terry Metalis,
but do it
3.
reasonably. Do it reasonably. Do it because basically the work. If the work is good, and it's good, you have to admit when it works. You may not like the director or the writer, but if they tell a good story, you have to admit they did a good job. Like literally, don't do yourself a disservice by just hating something just because a decision was made that you didn't like at the time.
First of all, we live in a world where we're getting awesome shit all around us. People were bitching and moaning and complaining.
Yeah. I just want to see who's going to, I know he said that, Superman and Batman is important. Wonder Woman's important too. And I just want to see who he's going to pick to play that role.
Come on, I got one for you. Now, people don't laugh. Just think about this. Zendaya.
She's too skinny.
She could bulk up.
Yeah, no, but
she could definitely be in the film as an Amazonian.
Yeah, she could. I mean, some people, I heard some people talking about Ana de Armas. I was like, no, she's too short.
Too old.
And she's too old. Exactly.
What they're going to do is, and by the way, people are like, oh, Rob, somebody said to me today on Twitter, like James Gunn says, we're going to start with Clark Kent as a cub reporter at the Daily Planet.
Like he should be.
And someone said, well, does that mean it's only going to be, the movie's going to be about Clark Kent as a cub reporter? I'm like, wait, what? No, he's always worked at the Daily Planet, or they're going to change it and it's going to be like BuzzFeed or something. No, he's a young reporter. He's still Superman. He has to juggle his life and his, like, no, it's Superman. It's just, that's his job.
But think about, when you really think about it, the reality that the three of us grew up in, of the importance of a newspaper, a physical newspaper.
Yeah.
And the importance of going to that building where the press is and the way things are now. I hope that they still make it so that it is that reality and not, let's say, the way things are today.
No, I mean, I think I think they're going to have to, it's going to be a different world. It can't be a great metropolitan newspaper because that's changed. Mm-hmm. But he's still a reporter.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Here's what I don't get. I don't understand. The reason that Clark Kent wanted to be a reporter is because when the character was created, a reporter is at the center of all the news coming in. Yeah. So that's how Superman found out where he was needed.
Yeah.
It's because he worked for a great metropolitan newspaper. And people are like, I know the world has changed, but that's why he's a reporter. So anyway, we have so many, if I can jump. Cash, this is interesting. Cash says, I just watched Robot Carnival. I love Robot Carnival. I have Robot Carnival. Can you recommend anything like it? Also, Avatar was so good in Dolby in 3D. I sat in the very front row. Lael, how did you see Avatar? What format did you see it in?
I didn't see it in 3D. I didn't see it in. I basically, and I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. We didn't see it in 3D. And mainly because we couldn't because of timing.
Right.
Because we didn't we went to the 8:15 show because, like I said, we had to deal with the kids before.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, we didn't actually. But what Toya is, she wanted to just this.
You gotta see it in 3D though. You gotta go back and see it.
Yeah, no, she wants to go see it again, but this was definitely a love letter to her. She loved this film. I mean, she just talking to her about it allowed me to really because we had a long conversation in the car on the way home, and we just realized that our perspectives met and mirrored each other. Like we just saw so much depth in this film. And the way she broke it down, I was just like, yo, that makes so much sense because she loves Avatar. This is the first film. She made sure that she watched it twice this week, and going into it that she was refreshed and ready. She was so into this film, like focused in on it, like literally.
Well,
even down to the simple fact that she spent $40 on the bowl itself that came with it and the cup. So she but the thing is, what's so dope about it? They light up. I didn't know that.
Right. Yeah.
It was amazing. Like so she definitely got that souvenir cup in the bowl itself. But yeah, I mean we watched it in just standard in a standard format. We didn't actually get a chance to see it in 3D. But I'm pretty sure she's gonna want to go see it again. She wants to go see it in IMAX. She definitely wants to go and make sure that she
you gotta check it out.
Yeah.
By the way, have you guys seen Robot Carnival?
No,
I haven't, but I did see Avatar in 3D, and it was amazing. It's
a Japanese. Well, Robot Carnival is I don't know if there's anything quite like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an anthology movie in a way. But I don't know. I mean, it's funny when you say anything like it. It is a Japanese animated film from the 80s, but I don't know. I can't really recommend. Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix is the closest thing that I think about. It's 2 seasons, and Tim Miller is one of the producers. I would say check that out if you haven't seen it. Morgan Holmes says, absolutely a very beautiful movie. Cameron does it again, but could have shaved off 30 minutes. But visually amazing. Did you guys think it was too long?
I thought it was just right. I could have watched even more of it. I just became even more and more fascinated by the Navi.
Yeah, I was definitely in it. It didn't feel rushed. I thought the pacing. Because the thing is I'm all about a story fleshed out, no matter how long it takes. And I just like the simple fact that for me, just really understanding the story, just the camaraderie between families. I was all in. So as a matter of fact, to me, it felt like it moved just right to the point where I didn't, almost realize that it was 3 hours at all. I didn't know.
Oh no, it didn't. Me neither. I know. This is interesting. Darth Plato sends in a tip and says, we do have dominion over the animals, which is why we ought to care for the animals and the environment. If we didn't collectively possess this prerogative, then it's baseless to say we ought to do anything about animals or the environment. Well, hang on. I have to say, Darth Plato, I don't think we have dominion over the animals. We're not even custodians of the animals. We cohabitate on a place with the animals. And the fact is, what we're doing with the animals is detrimental to the bio. We live in a closed system. Our biosphere is closed. The water on this planet is not new. It's the same water that's been here for millions, billions of years. We don't get more water on this planet. It's the same water. So the idea that if we treat animals badly, like factory farming, is the antithesis of how this planet works.
Yeah.
Theoretically, we should be, all human endeavor should mirror how our planet works. And like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, Lael, when I said it, but I was watching this astronaut who'd been in space on the space station speak about the fact that we think of ourselves as like our society, our economy, and then our planet, which is the exact opposite. We don't think of ourselves as a planetary species, but we live on this planet. We're custodians of this planet, and we the thing is, what makes us custodians are the fact that we mess it up. And there's no other people that are going to clean up our mess.
We're just it's like careless. Like,
yeah, and we don't. It's so interesting, and when you're looking at male fertility levels and sperm modality or mortality, it's dropping. Like, we've lost 50% of our ability to reproduce as men in the last 50 years. Terrifying. Man. We're not doing the things that we need to do. No, I don't think. Darth Plato says, have you seen Devotion, Rob? I'm going to go in the morning, so I might miss the meetup. I have not seen. Devotion is the movie that stars Glenn from Top Gun Maverick and Jonathan Majors, who's Kang. And it's a World War II story. It's about a black flyer in World War II.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Right, can't wait to see it. Have you seen it?
Yes, I have seen it, Robert.
What did you think?
I saw it. I thought it was a great film, and I wanted them to go a little bit more in depth to what was going on. I felt like it just needed maybe a little bit more information. However, I thought that, certainly, and I've actually spoken to Darth Plato about this, that it was fantastic that they were even making this film.
Yeah.
It certainly, and I think they need to continue to make more films with a focus on the military, especially, and the sacrifices that so many people have made pretty much to keep us safe and, in service. So I thought that performances in particular were very good. And certainly the way that they recreated, I for some reason, I had an uncle who was in the Korean War. For some reason, I always thought it was at a different time period, but I realized it was right in the 50s, at a time where, the United States was prospering, and certainly something to think about. People going to war or fighting in combat at that time feels very, it feels like we shouldn't be fighting then for some odd reason to me, but it did happen. And, as Darth Plato had explained to me, there aren't a lot of movies about the Korean War out there. So at least this one focused on that.
Yeah. I went to Korea in 2018 to do a documentary. And it was really interesting because I didn't realize how the Korean War really began with a sneak attack where the North Koreans went over and took Seoul in 3 days. And it was, the communist insurgency, and then it's a fascinating war, and we don't know enough about it. Although MASH, the TV series MASH, took place during the Korean War, and there was 10 years of that.
Yes.
But yeah, absolutely. Stubble McShave. Here, you're gonna love this. Stubble says, "I'm excited by the Henry Cavill Warhammer 40K news. Me and my friends who used to play the games have fantasized about this for 30 years, just like Henry Cavill, thinking it couldn't happen. The world is full of brutality and dark humor. I read some of the books. Some are great and some are meh. So for those of you who don't know, look, I know many people that love Warhammer 40K. I love the world and all that. And Henry Cavill is going to be one of the producers and star in a Warhammer series, which I think is great. It's a great milieu. Again, a Warhammer series is going to live and die based on the characters in the story. And hopefully it will be great. I hope it's great. And there's certainly a lot of material to cover.
isn't Henry also a fan of Warhammer?
Oh, he's a huge
Mhm.
fanatical fan. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's another great thing. I can't wait for that. It's gonna be great.
Mhm.
Yeah. And he's also going to be in another film, Robert and Lael, you probably already know about it, called The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, where he's playing, it's inspired by Winston Churchill
Yep.
and the man who wrote pretty much the James Bond films. Sorry, books, excuse me.
Ian Fleming.
Yes, and there's this another actress who's starring in the film with them. It seems really interesting. I didn't know anything about it prior to even hearing that announced, so that's coming up as well. But
Yeah.
he's in so many things coming up. I can't wait to see. I've heard of Warhammer a lot, but I've never played the game. So
Oh,
yeah.
it's a pretty amazing.
It's a lot of money that goes into that game.
Well, yeah, I
Like,
mean, what's funny
literally.
is it's all product. You have to buy the
Yeah.
figures and all that, and it's really cool.
Yep.
The model kits are amazing. If
Yeah.
I could have any I want a Harlequin army, which is kind of the Joker army, but
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's
And I
really
think that
cool.
and I think that's pretty much how his approach might be. The different factions.
Yes.
It's sort of like it's like put it this way. It's my interpretation of it is a mechanized House of the Dragons. We have different factions
Yeah.
that are literally it's an expensive ass game.
Well,
And
yeah,
I
you
wanna
buy
see
the
somebody
yeah,
go
you
home,
buy the
yeah.
yeah.
I want to
It's
see how they're going to do it because like the translation
it's funny,
is a
Lael,
lot-
hearing you say that. And you're like, yeah, I just got my Queen Studios Wonder Woman, and how many figures do
Yeah,
I
I
have from
know.
Hot Toys? I mean,
I
look,
know.
Warhammer is I had
Mhm.
I one of my former compatriots who's now a fucking douchebag was a
Yeah.
huge Warhammer fan, and I saw he had whole armies. But you know what? I knew. Here's the thing: I get people on Fiverr, get other people to paint their armor and stuff. But here's the thing: I've learned that here's somebody to avoid. If you meet a person in your life that has a wildly expansive Warhammer collection, boxes of armies that other people have painted, and all of this stuff, Titans or whatever the hell, and it was all made by other people and they just bought it, don't trust them.
Mm.
I have
'Cause
learned
they're not vested in it. They're vested
not.
in
No,
yeah.
no. They like the idea of Warhammer. They want to be a part of a community,
Yeah.
but they want to buy their way into it.
Yeah.
And to
Mhm.
me, you know what? Az, who I did streams with, a heel versus babyface, Az paints. He's a big Warhammer painter.
Yeah.
Az paints his own shit.
And that's
believe.
intricate too. That is
Yeah,
intricate
man.
too.
I mean,
Like,
I do
literally
not believe
time and
anybody
everything.
that buys Warhammer armor and just buys their way into it, fuck them. They're not true fans. They're posers. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Our friend Superhero Displays has a 4-part tip. I'm going to read all 4 parts. Many folks have asked me to comment on this whole Cavalgate. I haven't, due to grieving. So instead, I just sent a message to Henry's Instagram. Would you, Holy Trinity, help a broken heart heal by telling me what to do? Y'all, what does the Trinity think? I know you'll never read this, but I just wanted to put out into the cosmos that your Superman is Superman. You never got the respect you deserved, and neither did the character. Man of Steel is a movie-making masterpiece. Because you didn't play Kal-El Clark Kent or Superman, you were all of them. I was stoked when James Gunn got the keys. I fucking hate the decisions, but I do understand. I really do. Yet to have the rug pulled out from underneath Henry like this was fucked. That's the part I'm struggling to come to terms with. My DC luster has evaporated. That came from Superhero Displays. What do you guys think about that?
That's the sentiment. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think that I too am as I mentioned earlier am in denial that this is actually even happening. So I haven't even gone to the point where I fully accepted it yet, because I'm in that
Yeah.
stage of, mourning right now. But I do have to say I find some comfort in the way that Cavill handled himself, and in the way that Gunn has handled himself.
Yep.
Both have been very gentlemanly. This is the most professional thing I've seen in a while. And even though, as Cavill, no matter what happens, no matter what they throw at him, and he'll come out with, well, think this is how life is. It just makes you want more of Cavill. Like when you hear his whatever he's saying, it's like, I love this man. I love this man. He just like, it's like the world's gonna end. He'll say, we have to get through this. We'll get through this. He's just such a positive person that it's inspiring, and it still wants you still want more of that. I think it also, I think what this is a very lucky time, because we're not in the dark where we're wondering what's happening. They're being straightforward with us. And this is all we can ever ask for, just the truth. All we've ever wanted as fans is the truth of what's going to happen. And they had enough respect for us that they could deliver this information to us, tell us what's happening. We will get over this. It's going to be okay. I am also in denial right now. I haven't fully accepted it, as I've said, but we're going to get through this. And what is going to come after this is going to be so much more extraordinary. And as much as I wanted Cavill to be Superman again, I'm just going to say it. He might do something even better. Yes, I said that. He might do something so extraordinary that we're going to be blown away by what he's done. And we're still going to appreciate the Superman era, but I think he has so much more to give. I'd like to see him in a nice, spicy kind of romance with someone. I'd like to see some sex scenes.
Boom, chicka, boom. You want to see some fucking? Just say it.
I want to see
We say it on the
Cavill
show.
just kind of fall in love with somebody, and just completely, this mature man who has so much to give us, everybody. I mean,
someone said that video he made when he's building his gaming computer.
Yes.
I remember reading, a woman said, my ovaries just exploded.
That was Anna, the Star Wars girl, and pretty much every woman on Earth feels this way too. He was wonderful. He didn't even talk during the video. I mean, honestly, all I can say is he did it. Thank you for doing that, Henry. But I think that he has so much more to give. I think he's an actor that we haven't seen his potential yet, with everything he's already given us, he's already accomplished. This man is a class act. He's just going to get classier and classier. It's going to get better. I'm grieving with you. I have my drink. Don't worry. Here's to the most incredible Superman that we had in Henry Cavill. I love you, Henry. Thank you, Henry Cavill. Thank you.
Yeah, but he's going to do Warhammer, which is a passion project for him. So
yes,
he wins. It's good.
That might be so spectacular, so incredible, the most incredible thing we've ever seen. Trust me, you're gonna be blown away by what Cavill has to offer in the future.
This next super chat, Motawsome says, I just watched 2001: A Space Odyssey for the first time. I loved Acts 1 and 2. Act 3 completely lost me. Can you explain the gist of it, please? Happy holidays, by the way. Well, I would direct you to a book called The Making of Kubrick's 2001. And in it, there was a lot of letters that people wrote to Stanley Kubrick back in 1968, 69. And they all had different interpretations of the ending. And I have to say, because he's my favorite director, I don't necessarily think that it's for me to explain the ending of 2001, because I think there's a little bit of ambiguity and you have to bring in what you think. And I know that modern movies spell out everything, but the end of 2001 is slightly ambiguous. And that's what makes it great. So I don't want to tell you. Do you guys have anything you want to add? I mean, do you want to
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
See, I think that the gist of it, I mean, you have to ask yourself, what do you think it means? You're a smart guy. What do you think it means?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could tell you if you want me to steer you in a direction, I would ask you to look at, what do you think is happening to our human protagonist as he moves through different ages and sees things. Why is he in a hotel room like that? Why have the alien entities, the monolith builders, so to speak, why have they put him in that environment? And so, look into that. Our friend Mikey Lito says, or asks, is it possible to disagree with this James Cameron love fest without being lumped in with the rest of the fandom Taliban? Good morning
Very
to you
possible.
all.
Yeah, of course.
I leave that to you to answer.
Of course.
Hmm.
We have the thing is, not everybody is, again, and that's why I started it by saying that not everybody's going to, everybody's perception and perspective is going to be different. You know what I mean? It depends on what you go into this film looking for. I'm looking at the simple fact that he's using water for a reason. Water has a lot of spirituality in it, from so many different aspects. Just the element of water, purification of water, what it does. The cleansing, attribute of water, not even just what it does physically, but what it does mentally and spiritually. So there's so many different things and different interpretations. And why he did this in water, it says so much. We have, a lot of midwives and births. Children are given birth in water. Water is just that purification. Like, water is also a sign of, again, life and death. And that's why they made a reference to that in the film. Children are born, and the birth of life is through water, and death. Water can be like basically that grieving aspect. You're giving life back, or you're giving water what it produced, you're giving it back. So that's the thing, is it's like, it depends on what you go in. I knew what I was going into this film looking for, and I think it achieved that. It exceeded that, again, and you're talking to somebody who's like, I just wish that James Cameron would sometimes shut his mouth and not say so much. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying that he's infallible, because he's definitely an individual who's, done some things that I really, really didn't like, but I can't deny his talent. You cannot deny his talent. So that's it.
All right. It's good. I agree. Cyanagiri has been a member for 2 months. I want to point out, tomorrow on this channel at noon tomorrow Pacific time, there is a member chat. If you are a member of this channel, we have member chats where I hang out. Usually I say, it's going to be for 2 hours. It's always 4 or 5, but whatever. We will hang out tomorrow. I will be on Pauly, the Latino Slants channel, 11, and talking about my favorite movies of 2022. Before that. So Cyanagiri became a member. He's been a member for 2 months. Morgan Holmes, a new member. Thank you for that, Morgan. Hope you can be there at the member chat tomorrow. Motassem says, Bob Chapek for the DC Universe's Lex Luthor. Yeah, but he rocks a beard, man. Bob Chapek is gone. He is gone. Lex Luthor is never gone. Bob Chapek's gone. Ricky B, member for 23 months. My friend Mexican Iron Man, Mike, the great Mexican Iron Man, said, I found Avatar 2 to be stunning. The CGI made recent releases from Marvel Disney look pale in comparison. I was shocked that in 3 hours I was mesmerized by Mr. Cameron's scenes, one after the other. I think, Mike, you're absolutely right. I think it's undeniable. Here's what's great about that. You can talk all the hate you want. I defy anyone to sit in that theater and not have their jaw falling out of their face. Right?
Exactly.
Proof's in the pudding.
Exactly.
I mean, and the thing is,
it's brilliant.
Yeah. Groovy Don't Play has been a member for 7 months. Thank you, Groovy. Checkers the Inventor says, from Joey, I bet 90% of the people that complain Avatar is just Fern Gully or Dances with Wolves in Space haven't seen either one of those films. I would tend to agree with you. Because, by the way, Dances with Wolves is awesome. and so is Fern Gully. So when you're comparing those, it's not disparaging. You're actually going, hey, I'm comparing this a great animated movie and a great Kevin Costner film that, lest we forget, won Best Picture. It's just Dances with Wolves in Space. So it's the best picture in space? Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Really? I mean, okay. I agree. So Checkers, great comment. Tony Reyes is a new member. Thank you, Tony. Tatman12 comes back and says, Jake asking if the boys won the fight was awesome. The added sparkles on the Navi that glowed was amazing. Water physics were insane. Weaver's character is my favorite. I have to say, it was really Sigourney Weaver's character that had the bioluminescence. They all did. They just accentuated that. It was great. Yeah. I mean, the water stuff. I mean, they did do motion capture underwater, but oh my God, everybody was really swimming. It was insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Our friend Captain Brad Brickley. Captain Brad is actually the captain of Washington State ferries that are 300 feet long. Amazing. Captain Brad says, I felt the same at the end of it. I was awed, happy, sad. I cried. I was numb afterwards.
Yeah.
And now on his boat, on his 300-foot ferry in Washington State, when he's going through in Puget Sound, there are real whales there all the time. He goes on to say, seeing whales all the time, those scenes touched me too. Fantastic. I mean, this is from a man who captains a ship, and his daily routine is to captain a 300-foot ferry that takes commuters all around Puget Sound, dropping them off. He sees whales all day. And for him to be moved and touched by a movie like this, that's a big deal.
Says a lot. Definitely says a lot. That means it did its job.
Yeah, it did its job. Cash says, there's something really interesting about the similarities and differences in the villain from the first film and this one, about how, despite its thoughts, it acts differently when overwhelmed by emotion. Well, I think that's one of the interesting things. Our villain, he's an alien in his own body, and they've got these people that are like, hoorah, Marines, and they're all gung-ho now that they're in these avatar bodies, but it's not really them. They're resurrected as phantoms, but I did think
like
it was...
the memories were backed up. Everything was just kind of backed up and transferred into, that it's that, you know what? I would say that beginning part, the beginning sequence, I was like, I don't know, this can go either way.
Yeah.
This part of it could go either way, but it was in the end, they did a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's true too. I thought it was really interesting. I can't wait to see where that goes, because obviously that story is not done yet.
Yeah.
And they could just make more of them. 200 Watt Studio, our friend 200 Watt Studio says, James Gunn doesn't have the emotional range to write a Superman film. There's a reason why Guardians of the Galaxy 1 had more heart than Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Both are good films. You know what? I'm a Guardians of the Galaxy 2 supporter. It's about family. It's about broken families coming together. It's not as unique and fun as Guardians 1, because Guardians 1 was new, but I think there's a lot there. Look, we've seen a good writer is a good writer. And I think James Gunn is also a classicist. He wants to see a classic version of Superman on the big screen. He's going to write something that I think a good writer is very diverse in what they can handle. Yeah. I'm willing to wait and see what happens.
We don't have a choice. We have to wait and see what happens right now.
It's true.
Like literally nobody, regardless of what the conversations right now that are going around, regardless of how many times we continue to have these conversations, the choice has already been made, and that can't be changed. Now they're going in a different direction, and I mean, it's always things that you don't have to like, but you may not accept it. You can respect it though. Respect that there's a space where they are attempting to right the ship that was wronged so many years ago. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So we'll
Yep.
see.
I agree. 200 Watt Studio goes on to say, Rob Kino delivered my Taking a Pelham 123 4K today. That is this disc. This movie rules. It's a great slice of 1974 cinema. Robert Shaw, Walter Matthau, David Shire score. This movie rules. Kino did a great job, and they have a lot of legacy special features on the disc. It's great. I'm glad you got it. Kino continues to kick ass. John Campia's burner account says, what is the likelihood of getting Way of Water Hot Toys? There was a Jake Sully for the first film. Hopefully we get an updated Jake and a Terry. Look, I loved my Jake Sully Hot Toy. It actually got taken. But the thing is, nobody bought it. It didn't sell very well. It's a great hot toy. It really is. But it's funny to me. It came out like 12 years ago, but no one bought it. I don't think we're going to get Way of Water hot toys. I just don't, because they don't sell. They made one, it didn't sell. And hot toys, they don't try things again. If something doesn't sell, so I don't think it's... Lael, what do you think? You think they're going to make Way of Water hot toys?
Again, Hot Toys is completely unpredictable right now, so I don't know.
They're
They
off
always do
the
something-
chain, dude.
Here's the
They're
thing.
off the reservation.
Exactly. And here's why I kind of think that they could, because if they've just basically gave us, a customed, more customized body for She-Hulk, then they could. You never know. You know
Could
what I
there
mean?
be third-party companies?
Possibly.
Here's the thing. Here's the question. The reason people make stuff, the high-end 6-scale toys, is they have to believe that there's a market of people that want
There's
them.
a market and there's a success for it. So, I mean,
And
I think it's time will tell. I mean, I guess, depending on the box office and whether or not they deem it that level, if they give it that level of importance. But I don't know. I don't really know, because it's been years since we got the last figure. So I don't know.
it's been a decade, over a decade.
Yeah.
And I think that, here's the thing. I mean, people that buy hot toys are like modern fans. They are modern fans. They want stuff that's cool.
Yeah.
And
I
at
do.
the end of the day, here I really believe that part of the problem with fandom and Avatar is the milieu in which it takes place. It takes place in the jungle and on the beach. We have that on Earth. And James Cameron, that's why he's doing it. He's like, we have these environments on Earth. But for fans, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Avatar isn't cool, because it takes place in milieus that we have here on Earth. If the Navi were Jedi and the Sky People were Sith, and the exact same story was told on space television that we saw in Andor, then people would love it. It's all about the fact that Avatar takes place in familiar environs. That's why people don't dig it. It's not enough fantasy, and basically the Navi themselves are giant blue cats. They're not cool. I think they're cool, but the video game audience that is playing, that grew up playing BioShock, that is now playing Pick Your Game, they've seen it all and they've done it all. The Navi aren't cool.
This is true.
And I think it just comes. I mean, it's so simple. People bag on Avatar because the Navi aren't cool, and everything else is like.
Or they bag on Avatar based on this running narrative or this perceived narrative that I keep forgetting his name. Director.
James Cameron.
James Cameron. They running with this, that he has this vendetta against comic book films or live, just that there's different scenarios with it.
The funny thing about that is,
Yeah.
James Cameron made the coolest movies when we were growing up. You know, Terminator, Aliens, Terminator
Yeah.
2, even Titanic. It's so funny that people like, he's never lost. Bet against him all you want.
Robert, is there a super chat or something from Cardinal Sin about memberships? Something about
hang on, I'll scroll down and see that, a super chat about. Yeah, there is. He's been a member for 26 months. He also says, thank you, the Burnettwork, Laser Bob, Lael, Rockwell, all the mods, and all the chat. Thanks for the great insights of the movie biz and for the amazing commentary and bonus features. HHMC. And then he goes on to say, oh my God, Cardinal Sin has gifted 20 people Burnettwork memberships.
Wow.
20 people. Now, I just want to point out, for those of you who might not know, if you're a member of the channel, Cardinal Sin, 20 memberships. Cardinal Sin, Gil, that's amazing. Amazing. Thank you for doing that. So if you're a member of the channel, we have membership every bi-weekly. We have membership chats where I hang out with you guys. I always say it's going to be for like 2 hours. It's always like for 4 or 5. It's so long, but it's awesome. So we hang out. We're going to do that tomorrow at noon. Our membership chat starts at noon tomorrow. And if you're a member of the channel, and Gil just gave 20 of you memberships, which is amazing.
Nice.
So tomorrow at 12 o'clock Pacific time, maybe a little 12:05 or whatever, because we have to get situated, we have a member chat. And so how it works is, you come in, you raise your hand, everyone gets 10 minutes to say, you can say whatever you want. If you want to tell me I'm an asshole, you can. If you want to tell me you love me, you can do that too. You have the floor for 10 minutes. You have the floor, and we have a conversation, and there's people from all over the world, and it's amazing. So Cardinal Sin, thank you for gifting all those people. That is very nice of you.
Yes.
Very nice of you. Marcus Bisma became a member. Binary Sunset Media says, Lael, I finally got Padme on pre-order.
Yes.
Been waiting. Rob, are you getting? Look, dude, those Attack of the Clones figures are great, but I have to tell you, I'm not gonna. I am done. There's so many Hot Toys figures coming out. I used to like, if I don't pre-order, I'm not gonna get it. That isn't the case anymore.
Hey, you know what I did, bro? This is what I did.
All
This
right.
is what I do. And I'm going to put it out there. My man Ray, Underground Figures, you want to reach out to him, he's going to hook you up. I reached out to him. I said, Ray, could you get me these
Wait.
figures? He said yes.
Ray Underground Figures, because I want to find someplace
Ray
better.
Underground Figures. Bro, reach out to him. The guy, look, listen, he's the one who basically got my Hydra Stomper and Steve Rogers in. Rob, I paid for it today. It's going to be here Sunday.
Okay, you know what? That's what I'm talking about. I'll tell you something. You know our man 6 Scale Mafia, Anthony?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Anthony's my hookup for my Exo 6
Yeah.
Star Trek figures.
Yeah.
He's the man.
Yeah.
He,
He gets it
like-
pretty quick, bro.
He gets stuff to me quick, and I got to tell you, Star Trek. I've got every single one of my Exo 6 Star Trek figures from him.
Yeah.
Sent him some money today. It's very funny. I went and looked at my 2022. I'm doing taxes, 2020. I'm like,
Yeah.
I sent Anthony this much money.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But he's done a good job. And those Exo 6 Star Trek figures. So I'd like to find a guy like your boy.
Yo, Ray is, I'm telling you, everybody out there, if you're looking to, and I'm just going to say this, if you are looking to get not only great figures, but great service, and you send him out an email, he'll respond to you within 10 minutes. Like literally, that's how
Is he
good
domestic?
He's
All
he's
right.
definitely
Okay.
domestic. Bro, every time I purchase a figure from him, I get it within a matter of 3 days. Like,
By the way,
literally.
since you brought it up, can I ask you, what do you think of
Yeah.
I thought the Anakin figure's unbelievable.
The Anakin figure is amazing. The Padme figure, and I said this, but a lot of people kind of push back on it. From certain angles, I can see Natalie Portman. There are
Yes.
certain angles where it is a bit different, but I still want to have it because I just want that Padme representation in my collection.
Well, here's the thing. I've seen like
Yeah.
that was her face looks a little scrunched in some angles,
Yeah.
but
I think it's the angling. I think it's the
yeah,
camera work. to be quite
I
honest.
do too.
Because even
And-
when you see the actual head sculpt, because Howard Chan shows the not Howard, but JC Hong shows the actual head sculpt, and it looks phenomenal. Like
I
it-
think
it
so too.
does.
I
Yeah,
want
so-
both of those figures. They're great.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, bro, it's gonna be incredible. Like literally, and we're gonna get Mace. We can get Mace at any given time. Yeah, we could get Mace at any given time coming soon. And word on the street is we'll have Ahsoka possibly this week, so we'll see. And that's Ahsoka from the Mandalorian show, so we'll see that. But again, I'm just happy that they finally released a Padme, or they revealed a Padme figure, bro, because it's about damn time that they
Yeah, I
do it.
agree.
I'm
I
gonna-
love.
I wish it was sold in a 2-pack because I'm going to be recreating like all their romantic scenes when he says the sand
Yeah.
is scratchy, when
Yeah.
they're rolling around in the grass, when she's in that hot black, that black suit,
Yeah.
a black dress, and they kiss each other. She's like, no, we can't do that. I'm going to be recreating this table scene where they're having dinner. The scenes I'm recreating, no one else is going to recreate, but I'm
Yeah.
going to get the dress, that beautiful dress that she wears. Find where I can get that and figure out how to take her out of that suit and then put her in the other ones. And there's gonna be all sorts of
Yeah.
romance and love making and all sorts of
Yeah.
things. It's gonna be so fantastic. All those
So-
wonderful moments.
Rob, let me ask you a question.
Okay,
Did you see the exclusive Wen Wu figure in the suit?
bro. Pre-ordered.
You pre-ordered it?
Fuck yeah, dude. Come on. They're like somebody said there's gonna be only 350 of them. I'm like, click. I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, Tony Leung is one of my favorite actors in the world,
Yeah.
and they made him in a linen suit.
Mhm.
Like he's wearing a linen suit. If you guys, okay, so Wen Wu is Shang-Chi's dad, but
Yeah.
he's Tony Leung, Tony Leung, John Woo's hard boiled, in
Yeah.
the mood for love. I mean, first of all, here's the thing. If I get reincarnated, if I die and I get reincarnated, I want to get reincarnated as a Chinese dude that looks like Tony Leung, and I want to wear linen suits in the rain. And I want to fall in love with a woman that is married that I can never be with. And like we pass each other in the hallway, we barely touch pinkies together. I want to live that life. I want to be in a Wong Kar-wai movie. And when they release that figure, I'm like, first of all, it kind of sucks. Like, why don't you make Barbie outfit things? Why do I have to buy another figure? I mean, 350. When I saw that shit, I was like, oh my God. Because here's the thing. One of the great figure disappointments of my life. I pre-ordered the
yes.
Lust Caution figures.
Yeah,
And
They
they
canceled that shit.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I'm convinced I'm the only person on planet Earth that
That ordered that
pre-ordered
figure.
Ong Lee's Lust Caution figures. Who would want that shit? I looked at that shit and I'm like, oh my
You should have
God.
told us. We would have pre-ordered it just so you could get it. Right?
You know what? No, the three of us,
Yeah.
we weren't enough. First of all, God bless anybody who thought Lust Caution figures would sell. I give it up to
There
you
must
because
be a prototype somewhere,
Yeah.
Robert. There must be a prototype somewhere.
I don't know. I mean, there probably is because those figures look great, and that 2-pack, I was so pissed. By the way, I pre-ordered those from 1/6 Outfitters,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
and I do have to say, I'm a big fan of that company, because this past week
Yeah.
I got my 6-scale figures of Neil McCauley and Vincent Hanna
Yeah.
from
bro.
Michael Mann's Heat.
Yeah, bro.
And those figures fucking rule. I
Yeah.
put them in my movie. Room. But you know what? I'm gonna put them up here. I'm changing during the holidays. I'm gonna finally turn on all the lights and make it all
Yeah.
because everyone's like colorful. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all my. But those figures are dope as fuck. I ordered those figures 3 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
I mean, and now it's like, oh my God, when they came in, I'm like, oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
they're awesome. So awesome. And
Bro.
by the way, I got my Exo 6, thanks to Anthony, the Cisco,
Yeah.
Avery Brooks, so good. Those figures
I
are
told
so
I told Anthony, I said, I put my order in so he knows already. I said, when you get when you actually get the Rathacon, Spock,
Oh, dude.
McCoy, and Kurt, you already know. Put it aside. He said, I got you.
Those pictures, I mean, and Anthony's working
Yeah.
for them. I mean, shout out to
Yeah.
6 Scale Mafia.
Yeah.
Anthony's got me all of those.
Yeah.
The figures, although my Tuvok disappeared in shipping or whatever, but not his fault.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those Exo 6 figures are incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely.
I
They're
mean,
definitely been phenomenal.
Star Trek: The Motion Picture, Spock. I sent him money today. I was like, the chair, the command chair with its first contact light up chair. I'm like, do you know how much it costs yet? He's like, gives me a cost. I'm like, I'm looking at my money. I'm like, I can't afford it, but here you go. Click. Can't miss that shit.
Yeah,
thank you
bro.
so much.
So what do you think about the red and blue classic suit Spider-Man from No Way
Bro.
Home?
Are we not,
Pre-order?
is that not what we've been waiting for?
Yeah, bro.
But here's the thing. I mean, it comes out like 2024.
I know. I can wait. I got time. Give it
I
to
mean,
me.
here's the
I got
thing.
time.
Here's the thing. I have like $3,000 credit at Toys Wonderland. But the problem is, it's $1,500 in shipping.
Dang.
So I'm like, it's a lot of money. I can't. Where am I? I don't have that kind of money. I'm still with the money I cashed out the Ecto one I didn't buy.
Yeah.
So I've got this.
Speaking of which, so let me tell you.
Uh-oh.
So, all right. So there was a statue. I was talking about this earlier. There was a statue that I was going to actually get through Spec Fiction. And what happened was they released the production photos, early production photos of the statue. I was like, yeah, nah, I don't want it. It didn't look good. It didn't look good. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's not something I want in my collection. So I contacted him. I was like, look, can I somehow just switch the money over to, because you have to basically, you can take the money and switch it over to something else, but it has to be something that's new. It can't be something that they already have in stock. You have to it has to be something that's new. So early this week, Rob, I sat down once again and I watched the Batman from beginning to end. I'll pause it on certain scenes because it is a cinematic masterpiece. I love the way it looks.
Dude.
I love the film. So what I did was I used the credit that I had from that to order the all-in art Batman and Bruce Wayne set with the actual signet, the light as well, and paid it off. So once it's ready to come, I'll have it, and it's just it's the best.
Okay, I got to tell you, I've held it in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
So when Justin was over here.
Yeah.
He said when he was shooting all the videos for InArt.
Yeah.
I went to the apartment and they had in Glendale and I was able, by the way, I held Aragorn, which they didn't show.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, those figures are so good.
Mm-hmm.
It was so weird to see certain people object to, I don't know what they expect, but let me just tell you,
that was bullshit. Yeah, go ahead.
they're really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've got the Heath Ledger. I bought that's all paid off.
That's paid off. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. When they say it's going to be released. Yeah.
That figure, dude. Those figures.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the thing about the Bruce Wayne, that the Batman Bruce Wayne, you know what I loved? His overcoat.
The material of it looks so good, bro.
It was, dude, when you have it in your hand, it was like, what is this? Like you're like, this is unbelievable. And you know what? You know what's You know what's here? You know what I loved about? Here's the thing about. Here's the thing. Can I just get like Justin, who I love to pieces.
Yeah.
And like he's just like he's partnered up business wise with people that support action figures.
Yep.
And in arts and stuff, they like Justin brought I watched him do videos. The guy exudes love.
Yep.
Like he's like look, you can see in his face. He's like, I look at this. These are so like he's a believer. He's a true blue believer. And I love that guy so much. And within arts, the idea that someone's trying to pull a fast one or anything like that. I mean, like you could invest in real estate.
Yeah.
Anybody that's trying to make an action figure company, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like they are doing something out of love. Let me tell you, starting a very high-end action figure company might not be the best way to get rich.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know. And man, dude, that Bruce Wayne figure with the rooted hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Wait,
looks amazing.
Unbelievable.
I can't wait.
They've done such a great job. Good on you, InArt, and I can't wait. My Joker's paid off. And here's the thing: only because they haven't even announced Aragorn yet, but
no,
they're
retooling
Gandalf.
it. They're definitely retooling it.
Well, it was funny because when I saw it, they were explaining to me the leather on the hilt of the sword is wrong. I'm like, okay, if that's all that's wrong, I get it. But they're like, well, you know, I'm like, but this figure's awesome. It's great. You know, and then, whatever. The stuff we're getting, it's incredible.
It's gonna be phenomenal.
But the Wenwu, a Tony Leung action figure in a linen suit that Hot Toys is making that comes out in 2024. Click, take my money. I just want Tony Leung in a linen suit. I did not get my lust caution because, of course, action figure collectors are like, oh my God, I want my lust caution 2-pack. Apparently they didn't.
That prototype is out there, Robert. They have it.
Look, you know what?
I want InArt to make a with the billowing hair rooted. I want it to be rooted.
Wait. Her hair is not billowing tonight, but can we just talk about her hair for a minute?
Yeah, let's talk about her hair.
How great is Urban's hair tonight? Did I not say that to you when we first started the show?
You did, yes, and thank you for that. It's so kind. I appreciate it.
Oh my God. Come on now.
Wow. Thank you. I'm not at home, so I don't have my fan to blow.
You're still in California, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what?
What happened?
Wow, that was pretty dramatic. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he was like telling you. He's like, you know, it's warm out here. You can come out. You know, Lael, I'm just saying, and I should have. You got to, guys, come out.
I know, man. We're trying. We'll be out. You know what? We will be back out there though next October because my daughter is visiting California from Australia. My youngest. Yeah, so her mom's bringing her out there. We're gonna take her to Disney, and so she can have a good time. Because she was supposed to actually be part of this dance troupe, but she didn't want to do it with them. She wanted to do her own thing. So she's going to come on October 10th is her birthday. So we promised that we would, you know, pretty much get her out there. So I was like, all right, cool. We'll do that. So yeah,
that's cool.
So I'll be out. I'll definitely be out there around then. I can't wait. I cannot wait. It's gonna be incredible.
Cardinal Sin sent in a tip and said, thank you, Laser Bob, for continuing such a great channel network. I don't know how you do it. You stream every day, sometimes several times a day, and you know your fans love you for it. Well, I don't know about that, but thank you. Happy Hanukkah and Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. Cardinal, thank you for that.
They love, here's the thing. I watch a lot of channels, and I have to say this. Like, I watch a lot. I watch a lot of people. I'm just being real, bro. I watch a lot of channels. And I have to honestly say, and you have to own this. You literally have to own this,
Uh-oh.
man. You have to own this and accept it. When we watch you, it's not just because it's entertaining. It's informative and it's complete honesty.
Well, I'll take
And
that.
when
Thank you.
you're on your own, when you're on your own channel, that's what you get. Unfiltered honesty, and it's
Yes.
not held back. Even when and I tell you this all the time, I only watch the John Campea show because I mean he's a good dude, don't get me wrong. But it's entertaining when you're on there because you say some of the funniest fucking shit that they miss. They miss it. And I'm sitting up there laughing my ass off. And because I know, like, every time I'm looking at you, Rob, you remind me of that meme of that kid who's in class straining because he wants to say something, like his face is bulging. It's like he wants to say something that they won't let him say.
Well,
But it's just the simple fact that when everybody else is giving their opinions about something, yours cuts through with sincerity and honesty. And I think that's why people watch, is because they know that there's passion, but there's honesty and sincerity behind the passion. So that's why people watch. So you gotta own it. Own it.
I know. I appreciate that, but here's the thing. I think John's put a good team together. And what's funny is, people forget. I would not. The first time I was ever on YouTube was live in 2015 with John Schnepp and John Campea. I didn't know John Campea. So the first day I was on was with the two of them. And for me, I was on Collider. It was all fun. I did what everybody wanted of me. And then one day I have to say, to be honest, and it stings because I think about it, what happened to John Schnepp and what happened on the show was, I mean, it was so weird that people, I got canceled. I mean, I did, and it was
really
incredibly, well, it was incredibly painful. Like, and I'll flat out say this right now. So John Schnepp, who I'd known for a long time, and he was sick and he wasn't feeling well and then he was in the hospital, and I was there when his girlfriend Holly and myself, we heard the doctor said John's brain dead. It was hard to hear. It was really difficult to hear, and after that was known, I was very upset and everything, and Holly, his longtime partner, was very upset, and then they decided to do a get well, a GoFundMe. Yeah. And the GoFundMe, a guy called me up and said, "Here's what I think," and asked me my opinion, and I went home. And I was at my house, and he said that we think that it should say, "Get well soon, John Schnepp." All I said was, "We've heard that John Schnepp is brain dead. And while you can say whatever you want, he's not coming back. Perhaps not use that phrasing in any crowdfunding campaign to pay him for his." That's all I said. That was it. I got pilloried, destroyed. Holly, John's girlfriend, got upset. All I said, and my point is that we now know. By the way, the language was "Get well soon, John Schnepp." That campaign made $200,000. I was not invited to John Schnepp's memorial show because Holly Payne, his girlfriend, created a whole thing where all I did was say, "Can we change the wording of this?" That's it. That's all I said. Well, she made $200,000. John Schnepp was brain dead. I said, by saying "Get well soon, John Schnepp," he wasn't going to get well soon. The doctor told us he was brain dead. just change the language.
Mhm.
And at his memorial, I went to the San Diego Comic-Con. I was ostracized and made a pariah because Holly, who had
Wow.
nothing to do with the channel, now is John Schnepp's essentially widow. I was turned into some villain.
Wow.
And I was not invited. I was on that show hundreds of episodes. John Schnepp was and I'll tell you something. It still stings. People ask me, why weren't you on that show? And I'm like, I wasn't on that show because somebody was a grifter and stole $200,000 of your money. And I'll say this because I will flat out say this because all I said was just change the wording. We knew John Schnepp was brain dead, and you put out a GoFundMe campaign that said, get well soon, John Schnepp, when we all knew he wouldn't.
Yeah.
And I got pilloried for that. And
You
I
didn't
didn't.
deserve that, Robert. You
Oh
didn't
no!
deserve that.
Oh no!
No,
I
you
didn't.
didn't.
I didn't. And not only that, people talked about who would take over. Who would take over after John Schnepp on the Collider Heroes? And I had said, I was asked to take over. I said, look, I was here as a guest of John Schnepp's. If John Schnepp is gone, I don't feel comfortable taking over the show. And there were forces that thought I was to get money or whatever. I'm like, I never did Collider Heroes to get money. I did it for fun. It was fun. John Schnepp, a friend of mine, asked me. I did I think the first episode. It was the 6th episode, and it was so. You know what was really interesting about that is everybody was calling me during this time, trying to jockey for position. I just lost my friend, man.
You lost your friend.
He died,
That's what it's all about.
and it was a guy that was feeling bad on a Monday,
Yeah.
and on Thursday, Friday, he was gone.
Yeah.
And I, like everyone else, like for me, doing Collider Heroes, which I did hundreds of episodes, it was fun. It was just fun for me. It wasn't for the money. It wasn't for the glory. I was like, I've never been on YouTube before. I just did this because John Schnepp asked me to.
Because that was your friend.
You know, he was my friend. And not only that, John Schnepp made a Muppet zombie movie called They Coming. And he knew that I could get it played at the Masquerade at Comic-Con. I got it played there. This is way before Collider Heroes in the aughts. I was dating a girl, Mary Forrest, and she and I went to a wedding in New York, and we were in Times Square. We went to a Russian bar right off Times Square. We're in a Russian bar, random. Walked in, John Schnepp's there. He was working just randomly in a bar in Times Square in New York. We didn't know he was there. We hung out with him all weekend. You know, it's an interesting thing when that's happened to me twice. You know, when the people misconstrued a tweet I made where I put David Dorn, a black former police captain who was left for dead defending his friend's pawn shop. And I was like, I made a really dark, sardonic tweet about it, but it was with a video. I said, you know, you want justice, motherfuckers? You know, where's your Second Amendment? Because the guy was lying dead.
Yeah.
Father to 5, grandfather to 10, lying dead on a sidewalk. And what happened was then one person took my tweet and took the video away, you know, and posted my words.
They posted it without having a video there to really.
And there was no, which didn't make any sense, and it made me look. And suddenly that also became a problem with Collider, you know, with the Schmodown. And I'm like, guys, I've worked for you guys for years. And then it became an issue, and I'm like, it was really interesting because I'm like, do you guys read my Twitter feed? Like, you can go back and look at my Instagram post, Twitter feed. I've been on social media for the better part of 15, 17, almost 20 years. If you want to know what I'm all about, it's not like I'm not there. You know, you can, and if you want to recharacterize me as a certain kind of person, you could do that if you want. But I do think there's enough evidence to say that the narrative you're trying to portray isn't correct. And it's a tough thing. I mean, that's the world we live in. And when you decide to go online and do all this stuff, by the way, I don't even know why I'm on this topic because
because you're speaking your truth, bro.
Robert, to do, there's more super chats, and you
Yes.
know, I know that was something that you did not deserve, and Lael and I both know that. And everyone
my point was in the beginning to really address the situation that, you know, you when people say these things about you, I'm talking about positive things like that, you know, what's said. When people say that, it's out of sincerity because we know what you bring. You know what I mean? Like, well, I told you, bro, when I first met Justin, and I asked him to be, you know, when he asked me, he's like, hey, why don't you come on the show like sometime?
Yeah.
And I was like, look, if you let me on the show when Robert Meyer Burnett is there, then that is my way of checking off my bucket list. And I was, listen, like you laugh, but I was dead serious. Like I was so serious. And when he said, oh yeah, Rob's going to be there, bro, I ran around and told Toya, I was like, yo, I'm about to be, how you felt about Justin when you told your wife that you were going to actually be on the show with Justin is how I felt when he told me I was actually going to be on the show with Robert Meyer Burnett. I was like, well, let me check that off my bucket list because I've done it.
But isn't it interesting that the pandemic is what, like, I feel like I got to stream with people like that I really love, like Az, heel versus babyface, and all there's a very pretty close-knit community. It's not big. And it all the fact that we all got to know each other and we've all been streaming, I would say that has been very interesting and very satisfying and very, we have multiple tendrils and multiple communities. And at the end of the day, what's really cool is that we're all streaming together. We've all become friends. Yes. What I don't like, what's been like, the thing about Justin is I'm such a fan of his, and he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, he does.
You know, Justin is just like, he's like, I just like action figures. You know? And he does a really good job showing us the action figures. And he's like, and people are like, well, you know, he's very academic because that's what we want to see. I don't want someone to go, dude, this is awesome. I want Justin to be like, okay, here's the unboxing, here's the figure, here, and I'll put different heads on it and show you what. I mean, that's what he's been doing it for years.
And that's
it's
why
great.
We love it. Yeah.
And what's funny is like, okay, he's got 500,000 subscribers. Of course, like Toys Wonderland is a new company, partners up with him. Look, I've had my problems with Toys Wonderland, but they're trying. Yeah. I mean, they're trying. They do. And
they're working on a lot of things.
But Justin's not trying to like pull one over on anyone.
No, he's not. And that's the thing, is that's what people have to kind of realize. But he gets attacked for a lot of things that I think is completely unfair because he's not the owner of Toys Wonderland.
No,
you know, he's not the owner. He's not Philip himself, man. He's just, you know, again, he's just letting you know where he gets his figures from. He's promoting the company based on just letting you know there's options out there. And like, again, no company out there right now or distributor is infallible. Everybody has their problems, man. Everybody has their problems. It's just that because Toys Wonderland is who they are right now. And number one, like if you look, especially on trade of companies who the most popular companies out there, they're on the top three, one of the top threes when it comes to where people can get their figures. So again, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy, but Justin shouldn't be. And the thing is, he's done a lot. Here's the thing, like literally, if I look at it the way I do, I wouldn't have met you or if it wasn't for Justin. Like literally. Right. If it wasn't for Justin. That's how those things work. You know what I mean?
no,
It works that way. So
no, 100%, 100%,
Sure.
and it's great. Can you guys? I know it's time to let you guys go, but can you give me 2 minutes
Yes.
while I must? I hate to say this. I must
You have
drink.
to-
go pee.
Yes.
You gotta go
Yes,
pee.
I
Just gotta have
do.
to go pee. That's
I do.
all.
I
Everybody
must.
out there, we are going to actually give Rob 2 minutes because he has to go pee, which
I give
did.
you
The reason
2
why I
minutes
said I'll
for
be
you
back.
and your gallant crew.
Exactly.
It's-
Yes.
I mean, my
Yes.
God, if you could do that for me,
Yes,
that
we
would
got
be.
you. Go pee, man.
We can.
Go pee.
All right. Well,
We
that
got
would
you.
be
Take your
most excellent.
time.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna like disappear for a second. So
Mhm.
talk amongst yourselves.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Because there's some.
So
I'm sorry.
yeah, it's a lot of super chats out here. Can I read one? Real quick?
I
You mind
don't.
if
I don't read super chats, but you can do whatever you like.
Can I read one? So there's one out
Yes,
there I
you
just
can.
read by Cardinal Sin. He says, "That's all I was saying, Rob, is that you are a mince. What is that? Is that mince? And stand-up guy, and we love you. Thank you for all your hard work." Exactly, Cardinal Sin. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. Santa Rob. That is all it's about. We got a $5 super chat by Y Studios. It says John Schnepp was a good guy. Met him at a conversation. What was it? A convention outside the hall. He talked to me for about 10 minutes. Good guy. Definitely John Schnepp was. I remember basically seeing like a video, and I told Rob about this. There was a video of basically him and John Schnepp going to a comic book shop. And I love that video. It's like one of my favorite videos of their love and talking about their love for comics. So definitely. We got another $5 super chat by Cardinal Sen, who says, "Thank you, Lael. You articulated exactly what I wanted to say. R&B is generous, gracious, and so informative. R&B rocks, and so do his co-host and mods." Thank you very much. The Billow Queen, super rocks. So definitely, what do you have to say about that? Because you super rock. How about that?
Well, first of all, thanks for the chat. And I was going to show you the picture of the costume that I want to get for the Padme figure, because I'm going to get all the outfits, as I said, for her. And that's the first one that I want to get.
Amazing.
Yeah, because I figured, if they really wanted to make money off of this, what they would do is offer all the outfits.
I
that she
want the
wears.
outfit. I want that outfit that we got the first time we actually seen her on Naboo. That's the
Yes.
one I want. That would be incredible if they gave us that one. If they gave us her the outfit that we got, when they went back to Naboo. If they I'm telling you, she could be the next Leia. Give us different interpretations, the outfits that she basically have. I even want a pregnant Padme from Revenge of the Sith. I do. I want that because it was important. I think that they could do something like that and it would look really, really good. Yes, that would definitely look good. Even the marriage or her wedding gown that she actually wore when her and her and Anakin got married. Yep, that would be decent as well. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. You are back, Rob.
Wow, that was fast.
That was super fast.
Can you hear us, Robert?
I think you can hear us.
Is he having trouble hearing us? Hello, Robert. Uh-oh.
Now I
Can you
can't
hear
hear anyone.
You can't?
No.
Hang on. No, maybe not. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We hear you.
Oh,
We
now
hear
I
you.
can hear it. Now I can hear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we hear you loud and
What
clear,
what
bro.
super chats did you answer?
I answered a couple of them, man. I just can't remember where I was. I answered a couple of them for you.
So the last time Binary Sunset said you got Padme on pre-order. Did you say
Yeah.
Myth Yander? Rabbi David Wolpe said Esther, a comedy. Would you rather see Gal Gadot play Esther instead of Cleopatra? Now, Esther is involved in Purim with King Haman and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Look, I love Purim. If you're a Jew, you love Purim. Going to synagogue and it's very celebratory and all that. But I don't know a Purim movie. I don't know if that would be the best thing in the world. But it could be funny. I mean, if it's a out and out comedy, I don't know.
Many of us have seen the story of Esther dramatized in many different ways.
Yeah.
And that's how we learned about the story of Esther, where the king meets her. And I guess he doesn't realize that she has Jewish heritage. And then at some point, there is something involving an altercation of Jews. And she says, well, I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
And he's like, what?
Yeah, it's all, I mean, especially now with all the crazy anti-Semitism. I mean, let me just say, I was adopted into a Jewish family, but I had to go to Sunday school, which sucked. Then I had to go to Sunday school and Tuesday school. Then I had to learn Hebrew. Then I was bar mitzvahed. I didn't want this. Then I found out my biological mother was a Jew. So I'm a real Jew, even though I'm a stealth Jew because I don't look Jewish. But let me tell you something. I am waiting. They've talked about the Zog Zionist-occupied government. I'm waiting for the Jewish cabal to contact me. I want to be part of the people that are going to take over the world. I have no money. I want to become rich and powerful. Where are those Jews that are taking over the world? Because I want to sign up. Please, here, I will sign your membership card. Because you know what? If nothing else, my needs are small. I just want to buy Hot Toys figures and pay the mortgage.
That's it, bro. I don't. You know what? I try not to give so much energy to hatred, period. That's just the way I am, man. I try not to give so much energy to it. So if I can speak positive, then positive things will happen.
Well, I agree with you. Because here's the thing. Life's pretty great. It's short and great.
It is, bro.
I don't understand.
Bro.
Like, here's the thing about hatred. I mean, let me tell you, kids today, hatred will not get you laid. It won't. Won't get you laid. You've got to be, if you're angry and mad, look at this is by the way, every time we do Midnight Musings, my goal is to make Lael Rockwell laugh uncontrollably. And I get it every time. I know. I go after him. I get it.
Because you say some of the randomest shit, and it just comes out of nowhere, bro. Like, this is, you know what? This is what I'm saying. Like, some of the stuff that you try, because, okay, you have to be self-contained on the John Campea show. I understand that. But it's the things that I know you want to say that makes me laugh. Because I can read your mind. I know what you're really trying to say, but you hold yourself back. So I'm like, yo, I know that I'm going to get the real Rob on Midnight Musing. So I'll just let this slide. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
but
funny.
here's the thing. The real me is like the Who. The real me. I'm all about let's have a good time. Let's have fun. Let's celebrate what we love. There is no, I mean, everyone tries to get angry, and why be mad? I mean, the fact is we live in a world where, especially for fans, we can get everything we want.
Yeah.
We live in a world, seriously, it's amazing what we can get. And people are mad. Like, they're still arguing about The Last Jedi. Like, okay, let it go. Like, why are you still mad about that?
I got 2 beautiful figures out of that movie, so I'm happy. I'm cool.
Yeah, right? I mean, look, and if you think about it, at the end of that film, Luke Skywalker does the most Jedi thing anyone has ever done. He's not even at the battle.
No, he's chilling.
And it's amazing. There's a lot of good stuff.
Chilling. So I got literally. I mean, yeah. I think what you said is exactly right. Like, and I think, like I said, hatred to me, hatred for me spawns a very short lifespan. Like, literally, you're stressing yourself out for no reason. Like, literally, you're stressing yourself out for reasons you know, and on top of that, you're it's like misplaced in a sense sometimes, and then you're trying to basically you're bringing somebody else into your level of misery, and that's not fair. That's not fair to people who, you know, who enjoy life, who enjoy the simple things in life. Like the thing is, we should be able to sit back and fellowship the way we do, even if we disagree on certain things. That doesn't spawn hatred. That's just our opinions, and we can laugh about it in the end. People don't know how to do these things nowadays. Like I said, they just, it's like it's become a trend to hate and then spread hate and then people to talk about that hate, and this becomes a centered conversation through social media and stuff like that. And it's just like sometimes hatred to me, not even sometimes, every time, hatred to me is boring. It's
Well,
just boring.
also, I mean, I think that like you and I, all three of us, actually collect high-end action figures.
Yes.
So the fact that these get made at all,
Period.
and I'm not just saying you should take what you get and serve it up and like it. However, we have become so hypercritical. 20 years ago, the 12-inch figures I was getting, especially Star Wars, are you went from Hasbro to Sideshow, early Sideshow, to Hot Toys. And what we're getting now is astonishing.
It's phenomenal.
It's astonishing. And so, like, yeah, you can complain about, well, this likeness of this is not perfect. Okay, but I mean, somebody's spending a lot of time to get you Anakin Skywalker on a stap.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Like somebody said, let's make a stap and not just Anakin, let's make a stap. Like most of us are like, what the fuck are we going to do with a stap? But they made one, and I'm like, isn't that cool? Like that's pretty neat, isn't it?
Yes, they did.
By the way, we got more super chats. I just want to. NJR 1984 says, as a father of an almost 3-year-old daughter, I was very touched by many of the family moments, and I was tearing up at the end of this film.
Yeah, bro.
See, this is what a lot of fandom misses. This is exactly right. I mean, NJR is exactly like, he's exactly the guy that James Cameron made this movie for. And for fandom to not recognize that, I think is a failing of fandom.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. And you don't,
Like
and again,
made it was, you know, for people like that who have families.
Yeah.
People who have families and also experience loss and rebounding from that loss.
Right. 100%.
You know what I mean? Finding that there is, you know, there was one line in this film that was really dope. Probably one of the dopest lines of the film is that, you know, when he and I don't want to spoil it, but it was a very important line at the very end.
Go ahead and say it. It's fine.
He basically says that, you know, we Sullys, you know, we stick together. And he said what he said, sometimes it's a curse, or however he said it. He said, I think he said it's a curse, but then also it's how, but that line that he said was incredible because that's the truth. Because basically sticking together, like I said, when you do that, you become emotionally attached and you have to experience loss together. Yeah. And that hurts sometimes, but then you also experience the triumphs from that hurt. I mean, from that loss.
Well,
and
it's,
you know, it's a cool thing. Like I loved it, bro.
And Cameron says he's now a father of 5.
Yeah.
A part of, I think a lot of what he's trying to do there. I mean, people are like, it's another teen, whatever. Yeah. No, it's like you got a filmmaker who's a father of 5 who's trying to espouse the value of family. You know, and I think a lot of people, like, that's not part of your science fiction fare normally. And, you know, people don't.
We get so caught up in the spectacle that we sometimes miss the message, man.
Yeah.
And look, and it's not everything has to have a message, but I think sometimes that message is needed. You know what I mean?
Look, I agree. Myth Yander says Wonder Woman, Superman ship versus a Lois Lane ship in the DC universe. Look, I think here's the thing. in my opinion, Superman needs the love of a human woman to keep him grounded. If he's in love with an Amazon from Themyscira, it's like it's one god marrying another god.
I'm fine with it then.
You're fine with Wonder Woman and Superman?
I'm fine with Superman needing the love of you said of a human woman,
yeah, of a
right?
human. I mean,
yeah.
the whole
I'm fine with that.
yeah, the whole point. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Superman and the whole
As a
Superman
human woman,
Lois
I'm
thing.
fine with it.
The fact of the matter is Superman can have all the power in the world, but when it comes to loving an individual, a human woman, the fact that she doesn't need superpowers, the fact that her strength is in her character, is why Superman loves her. It's because of who she is, not what she is.
True.
And I think that's the whole point, is that Superman, the most powerful man on earth, can love a human woman because her strength is what he sees. And you don't have to have superpowers in order to love. And that's why the Superman-Lois relationship is important to the character of Superman. And again, what's really interesting is it gives you all of this fodder to look into as a storyteller. You know, it's like, okay, if you're the most, like, I'm sure Lois Lane's like, you could have any woman in the world. And Superman's like, no, because there's only you. There's only one of you. There is no one else like you. The woman I fell in love with on this planet, my superpowers notwithstanding, is your sense of character. I love you for who you are, and there's only one of you. This is part of Superman's ethos. That's the whole point.
And his adoptive parents are human as well.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
there is that, you know.
It ties him to the world. David Gonzalez says, do you think there's a worry now that the average moviegoer will get superhero fatigue? I'm hoping the competition pushes Marvel quality forward. Maybe the market splits and DC takes the more adult audience. What do you think?
I hope DC continues to take a more adult audience. I think that there is need for that. I think there needs to be, you know, much more violence, more sexual situations, more darkness, dealing with emotions, men deal with emotional circumstances, men taking on the role that they always have as protector, as father, all of those roles, as a rescuer. I want to see all of that high stakes goodness that we see in a more darker experience. So as far as I'm concerned, I like that. And I think people like to see that too.
I agree. I mean, look, here's my whole thing. What I want to see from whatever new DC universe comes about, they're going to start from scratch, but they're going to build it all. You know, there's going to be nothing left to chance. And what I love authorship and storytelling. You know, and that's what I want. I think James Gunn and Peter Safran and all the people they're going to bring to bear on this, which we're going to find out after the first year. It's going to be very exciting. They're going to make a big splash. And again, character, story, that's what I want. So I hope it's great. I don't think, look, there's no such thing as story or superhero fatigue if the movies are good. If the stories and the characters are great, and done well, it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as fatigue, because remember, superheroes are just that's just paint on the barn. What's inside the barn is human experience. It's telling a story about people, regardless of whether it's superpowered or not. So it doesn't, superhero fatigue, the only fatigue is bad storytelling, no matter what genre it's in.
Exactly.
200 Watt Studio says Man of Steel and the Snyderverse is bad, but Cavill would be a great optimistic Superman. He would be, but he's too old. What they want to do is they want to reboot. Remember, Christopher Reeve was 28 when he played Superman in Superman the movie. And what they want to do is not make the CW version. They want to make adults that are pushing 30. And so they can take them through their 30s and push 40. And that's what they want to do. Kenneth Colton says, with DC going fresh reboot, it's hard to get excited for the last films knowing they will have no real stakes or lead anywhere but the shelf. Okay, Kenneth, can I get angry with you now? When you went and saw, pick your movie, E.T., Back to the Future, Star Wars, did you think that those movies could only be good if they had another movie following them? A movie is a movie. Every individual film needs to be taken as an individual movie. If Shazam! Fury of the Gods is good, hey, we saw Shazam. It's a follow-up to that. The Flash movie, never been one. Could be great. Michael Keaton, watch it for that. Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom, we've seen that's the second Aquaman movie. Why does everyone have to, like, when did we go off into fantasy land where every movie had to lead to something else? I don't understand that. I think it's crazy to think that a movie's a movie. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's good or it's not good. Whether it's good or not has no bearing on whether another follow-up happens. I mean, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
No, you're right. Well, you're right because, I take this back to Star Wars 1977, seeing it in the theater for the very first time. I had no idea there was going to be a sequel. Because
no
I
one
thought
did.
That basically when
By
it
the way,
ended,
there wasn't going to be.
No, it wasn't. And I thought the way it ended was suitably how it was supposed to end based on that film that was introduced. I had no idea. Certain films that have been done certain times, and like for instance, there are certain films that have been done with the intentions for it just to be a standalone. The only reason why it's made into a sequel is because of the demand, and at that particular time, or how much of a box office success it might have actually been, and they think that they can bank off of it sometimes. Okay, look, like extend it, you know what I mean? Or maybe the director has plans on doing it, but at the same time, their approach when they write that film or when they're directing that film is to say, okay, if it's not going to be a success going forward, at least I know I have this particular film. I'll write it this way so it actually has a certain level of ending, but open for the possibility of it being a sequel. But they don't write it thinking that, okay, I'm going to have a sequel and I think it's going to be an automatic sequel afterwards. So I think we got to kind of look at it that way, that, sometimes these films are written and, the way they're written and the way we see them sometimes is to be a standalone. And unless, it does garnish a certain level of success. We have to, I don't go into any movie right now, literally, especially in this day and age, thinking that there's going to be a sequel. I just don't, because I don't believe at certain aspects that sometimes it will be. So again, as much as I may look, I love Henry Cavill's interpretation of Superman just like everybody else, just as much as anyone else. Hell, I have all the figures itself.
Me too.
I love it. I love it. But at the same time, I have to respect someone else's vision. I do. I have to respect another person's vision, whether I like it or not. I have to basically respect it and say, you know what? Let me give it a chance. Let me see how it basically pans out. And at the same time, look, if James Gunn's and Peter Safran, if their choice or their vision does not work, you're going to have a lot of people say, I told you so. But if it works, respect it. Yeah. Respect it and give it and pay and give it the respect is due and the credit is due and just move on. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, at least we know that we'll probably get somewhat of some level of cohesiveness. Well, you don't think, and the thing is, you don't, and real quick, Rob, I know you want to say something, but you don't think that, and I honestly believe this. I honestly believe this, and I might be wrong, but in my heart of hearts, I believe this. I think that when they came up with this shit, James Gunn got his phone and said, hey, Kevin, what do you think about this?
Oh, of course, 100%.
What do you think about us doing this? Do you think it's the right move? And Kevin was probably like, hell yeah.
Yeah, do it. 100%. I mean, of course, you are absolutely correct. Mm-hmm. Because they're all friends.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the funny thing about what fans don't understand about the movie business is the people that work in the business do not walk around and pat each other on the back and say, "You're such a god. I love you." They're just people doing their jobs. They're just dudes and dudettes walking around doing the work they do. And it's a high stakes game with hundreds of millions at stake per project. And James Gunn will be friends with Kevin Feige forever.
Yep.
And they talk and they're friends, and that's what business people do.
Yep.
It's funny. Like I've never, my own career is small. Tango Shalom went on to Peacock this week.
Which is a certain level of success, Rob. Don't downplay it.
No. I know. A lot of people
Yes.
would not. Yes, it's a big deal. It's a pretty big deal to have a movie on a streaming service. And but what's really funny is, like, the reason I don't tout it is because unless it's science fiction, fantasy, or horror, nobody cares. I mean, other people care. Business-wise, it's very cool for us. The Pope Francis, blessed Tango Shalom in the Vatican newspaper. Great. Doesn't mean anything. But, yeah, the fact is, I'm still working in the business. I still make stuff. And to get Tango Shalom on... excuse me. To get it on Peacock was huge. It's a huge deal. Now, none of this audience, and this is not a put down. I don't know if anyone wants an indie film about an indie Jewish spiritual quest family dance comedy fable. I don't know if that's your deal, but I would say this: I couldn't be on YouTube, me personally, unless I was making stuff. I couldn't talk mad shit about the industry if I wasn't in it.
Yeah.
And it gives me a grounded perspective about what it takes to make films and all of that. That's what I have to offer. That's my uniqueness. So,
Definitely.
It's so funny. David Gonzalez says, "Give me a snarky James Gunn Constantine, please." Hey, I love that. I love Hellblazer. I don't know where this leaves the announced Keanu Reeves Constantine. Look, here's what I think, and this is why I think it's cool. They're going to start from scratch, and they're going to build. They've got the superhero version, the supernatural version, the cosmic version, and they're going to do all of this all at once. I think what they're going to do is fascinating. I can't wait to see it. I'm not angry.
I think
Anthony Terulio says, "What did you think of the menu? You see it?"
I did see the menu, yes.
I haven't seen it yet.
I saw it. What'd you think?
I liked it. I thought it was a fun movie, and to be honest with you, I wasn't sure whether there was sort of a way out of it.
Right.
Which I felt was very clever. And of course, Anna Taylor-Joy plays that character. But what was so intriguing was John Leguizamo was wonderful in this.
Killed it.
I think he needs to do more movies that kind of stretch him outside of his comfort zone. He played the villain in Violent Night, but I think he can do more than play villains. This shows he can play a complex character that has, his own motivations, regardless of what's going on around him. His motivations never stops. He's still the same person, but certainly fascinating. He was fascinating in this, and that's how I want to see John Leguizamo going forward, back to his days when he used to do his stand-up, and where he had that level of ability to go from character to character. So Fiennes was okay. He was okay. But I found that the supporting actors on Fiennes' team to be more fascinating and intriguing than Fiennes himself. What did you think, Robert?
I felt the same. Here's the thing. I love Ray Fiennes, and while he could do that in his sleep, I did enjoy his performance. I mean, it was not anything unexpected, but I did love watching him chew the scenery. Here's the thing. There are two movies that Ray Fiennes did. One was Strange Days,
Yes.
and the other was The English Patient.
That's with Angela Bassett.
Yeah, but I love The English Patient. I love it so much, and to me, it won Best Picture.
Yes.
Everything everything he's done. He's been great as as Voldemort and all that, but he was never as good as he was in The English Patient because he never played real people.
And
M was not a real
story, Robert,
person.
and they made love in the story, Robert, and there was nudity.
Oh my God.
And Kristen Scott Thomas was completely nude.
Oh.
He was nude. They were in the bathtub making love. That thing was hot.
Oh my God.
They
It
made
was
love
that.
during a sandstorm.
Look at Lael's like, no, I'm with you. I mean, here's the thing about that film. I love The English Patient. By God, Paramount, you own Miramax's catalog. Please give me the 4K, the soundtrack, everything about that film. And yes, it's about, in a way, it's kind of like Casablanca.
Yes.
It has that like Rick Blaine, and they have but everybody's cool in that movie. No one's less cool. And you know what's funny? Ray Fiennes' character is kind of a douche.
Well,
Like he's a distant, but he's. I mean, has any man been more handsome in a modern film than Ray Fiennes in English Patient?
he shouldn't have been trying to seduce Kristen Scott Thomas's character because
She's married, and he was.
husband, although he was working, it didn't seem like he completely ignored her. So
No, but you know what? Didn't chow the box. He was not a cunning linguist. That guy did not make Kristen Scott Thomas come hard.
Colin
Ray
Firth looked like he would though.
No. He was a priggish Brit. He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
That
That guy did not go down. My man Ray Fiennes in The English Patient, he could rock the old man in the boat.
Well,
He
that
came
car
right up to that 45 degree under. He knew. He went from 120 beats per minute down to 85, down to 65, and then brought it back up for the breakdown. You know what I'm saying?
Robert,
that guy knew what was up. He
that
knew.
car scene,
He knew. He knew.
it was hot. And I think that a lot of people loved those love scenes in it. And I think that people want to see things like that. And
Well, we've talked. Where's there's no eroticism in the modern day. I mean, you either go to Pornhub and watch whatever, but there's no real eroticism. There's no. I don't even think people. I think this is a real problem in our world. Is that we don't have. Here's what I love about Lael and LaToya. You guys, at least as far as your social media platform is concerned, I see real romance between you and LaToya. Your pictures, the way you treat one another, and what you choose to share. You guys have a real romantic. I can't speak to the eroticism of it, but I think the romance.
I can.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I can. That's great. But I would say the two of you guys have an incredibly romantic social media presence, and it's very uplifting. I mean, if you follow the two of you and see what you guys post, you got real love there, and you're not afraid to show that love on social media, and that's rare.
Shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
I
That's
agree.
The thing is, that's the thing is, it's like it's not disingenuous at all. It's all genuine. I mean, that's just the way we do it. I mean, I think the thing is, the less people like when people say, you know what, you shouldn't, public displays of affection or showing all that is just like, I think that's a bit too much. And maybe, some things that need to be left. We love out loud, man, because the thing is we want you to know that this is something that's real. And I mean, look, there's a lot that you don't have to basically say, but because we celebrate the art of communication, the art of love and romance, we believe in that. We're advocates of it. Why not display it? You know, I mean,
I
there's not
agree.
enough.
No,
There's not enough love in this world in general,
100%.
and it needs to be more. You know what I mean? It's not like you see us walking around butt ass naked on social media. You know, we contain ourselves.
God
You know what I mean?
damn
But at
it.
the same time, like, but it's just like, yo, I mean, we just believe in that level of love and that commitment to love and romance, and just kind of always keeping everything brand new.
Well, let me
You
ask
know,
you
that's what it's
something.
all about. Yeah.
Lael, it's 4:06 in the
Yeah.
morning where you are.
Yeah.
The fact that you've been here as long as you have,
Mhm.
I feel like I need to let you go sleep.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, you guys, I'm gonna finish up super chats. I'm gonna let you both go. I mean, I'm not gonna let you go as friends or compatriots and all that, but I'm gonna let you go tonight.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I'm gonna finish up super chats. We're gonna still talk, and maybe I'll bring on some ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
kids,
Yes.
first of all, let me ask you this: where can people find you on social
Well,
media?
guys, you can always find me here on YouTube on my channel, Positive Fandom, or on the Burnettwork. Sometimes you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
and also on Lorraine Creole's channel. So please do check me out on all of those locations. Please subscribe to Positive Fandom, where we do all the parlay in the fandom. I do appreciate all the support everybody has given me. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for being such a great mod tonight, and Roberto when he was here earlier. We are all goof people, and thank you everybody for your support. Please remember to be kind, and just
Yes.
love this community so much. And thanks for such a great show tonight, Lael and Rob.
Yes. Yes.
Well, thank you so much. We are so honored to have you. And Lael, where can
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
find the 1/6 Scale Man? What do you got going on?
Oh man. So we have Collectors Lounge International definitely on Sunday. Sunday at 12 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Monday is Comic Book Talk with Friends. Well, you'll probably hear a lot more discussion about what's going on in DC, but we're also going to highlight artist of the week, also the entry for the week as far as comic. We go back and we always revisit classic runs, just to kind of talk about those things from different perspectives. So tune in for that. Say What Wednesdays, of course. Uncivilized Scoundrels on Thursday. Me, El Profesor, my boy Vinny, and CC3PO. Next Friday for Figure Flex Friday, and yeah, back here next Friday night for Midnight Musings. Which, well, that's our early, what is that, before Christmas show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be on the 23rd, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'll probably be
23rd.
our last show for the year, unless you guys want to do another show, which we'll do.
Yeah, yeah,
Let's
yeah.
let's play it by ear. I
Yeah,
know
that's
I'll
definitely
be
play by
on
ear.
Monday for Ladies of the PGS here on the Burnettwork, so that will be on. And then because that show falls so close to the holiday,
Yeah.
I've recorded some shows with Lorena that we might be showing during those
Yeah,
particular 2
Nice. I can do
Yeah.
introductions of those. It'll be fun.
I would love you to do
Mhm.
that, Robert.
I will. I'll
Mhm.
put them on. It'll be great. I've
Mhm.
got an
Mhm.
interview I did 4 years ago. I'm going to drop
Yes.
over the holidays with my favorite Star Trek novelist.
Wow.
It's going to be good.
It's
good.
gonna be good. It is
Well,
gonna
listen, kids, I got to let you go. Thank you so much for being here. And by the way, I'm going to continue on with super chats and all that. Thank you to Lael Rockwell. Thank you to You
Thank
guys
you.
are amazing.
Always a pleasure.
I'll see you, as Justin
See you
says,
later.
in the next video.
Next video. See you later, guys.
All right. Well, thank you to my compatriots. They're amazing. I appreciate them. I'm coughing. I know it's terrible. Now, what I want to do now is okay, now you just got me. So I'm going to finish tips and super chats. And Stub McShave sends in a tip and says, there were 3 of my coworkers who never go to the cinema who were excited to go with their families to see Avatar 2. I think there's a huge segment of the population who never goes to the movies normally who are going to Avatar 2. I totally agree. Look, I apologize for coughing. I think here's the thing about fandom. And I got this my whole life. People are like, well, Rob, what about they used to call people mundanes. Like, look, first of all, which I always thought was really funny. When I'd go to a convention, we were the freaks. I mean, we were. And the fact that we would look at the general population and go, they're mundanes. I always thought that was weird. I'm like, well, we're kind of this really small niche market that's here at this literary convention where I'm going to talk about the ramifications of Childhood's End or Larry Niven's Ringworld or whatever. At the end of the day, here's the thing. Why do we love stories? Why do we love science fiction, fantasy, horror, whatever? All stories, even the most fantastical of stories, the great stories, illuminate what it means to be a human being alive on planet Earth, part of the universe. And here's the thing. If we have great storytellers, and we do, James Cameron being one of them, the idea that we wouldn't want them to give us great stories is kind of weird. Like, I want everybody to give me a great story. You know? I loved Avatar 2. I thought it was an amazing experiential event. I enjoyed it. Now, back to these super chats. I don't want to miss anyone's. Cardinal Sin says, "What have you seen The Box with Cameron Diaz, James Marsden, and Frank Langella, directed by Donnie Darko's Richard Kelly?" Yes. Not only have I seen it, I own the Blu-ray. The movie The Box was actually based on a Richard Matheson story called Button Button that was originally adapted for the mid-'80s, the 85 Twilight Zone. And I think that movie, even though I own it, I'm not a fan of it. I don't think it's as effective as the adaptation in the 85 Twilight Zone. But I like it. I mean, I own it. I do have it. Motosimus says, I agree with Lael. James Gunn needs to chill a bit on Twitter. He replies to too many randos. And do you remember what got him fired from Marvel? Hey, look, here's the thing. James Gunn is a creature of Twitter. He's a creature of the modern age. It would be weird if he wasn't on Twitter and responded. What he's been doing is very succinctly responding to misinformation. I think he should. Why not? I think he should. I think it's a good thing. Cardinal Sin, by the way, thanks for supporting the channel. Cardinal Sin says, hit that like button for RMB. It helps and it's free. And then Cardinal Sin sends in a super sticker of a unicorn. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, smash that like button. My God, let's make those YouTube analytics work for us. Cardinal Sin says Henry Cavill is only 39 years old. He could have played Supes for another decade or even 15 years. Yeah, but you know what? They're going to reboot the universe starting in their late 20s. That's what we're going to do. And by the way, here's the thing. Henry Cavill was Superman in 3 movies that underperformed. I love Henry Cavill as Superman, but underperformed. You can't get around that. David Gonzalez says, I bet we will see Cavill again in the future as a one-off in an infinite Earth or a Flashpoint scenario. Also seeing The Whale tomorrow. Can't wait. I can't wait to see The Whale. I hope it's good. Look, here's the thing, guys, girls, gentle beings, kind souls. The previous iteration of the DC universe had a decade. And if you think about it, you talk about your Snyder fans. He cast Wonder Woman. We got 2 Wonder Woman films. He cast Aquaman. We got 2 Aquaman films. We got a Flash movie. It all worked out. I mean, in terms of the 10 years there, it worked. You know what? Zack Snyder got his Snyderverse. It was pretty great. And we're still getting 2 more movies in the Snyderverse, Flash and Aquaman. I'm telling you, don't forget, he cast those people. They're his legacy. It's good. Cardinal Sin says, the Burnettwork, the great Andy Masterson creates his own handmade 6-scale figures. Hit him up. Oh, I have my Mexican Iron Man from Andy, and I will hit him up. Mikey Lito says, do you guys play with your Tumblr when nobody's looking? Let me think about that. No. Why would you ask? Cardinal Sin says, thank you, Lael. You articulated exactly what I wanted to say. R&B is generous, gracious, and so informative. R&B rocks, and so do his co-hosts and mods. Well, everyone's left, but Cardinal Sin, you're right. They are great, and I appreciate the support, man. 200 Watt Studio says, John Schnepp was a good guy. Met him at a convention outside the hall. He talked to me for 10 minutes. He's a good guy. He was great. And he loved fans, too. Cardinal Sin says, that's all I was saying. Rob, you're a mensch, stand-up guy, and we love you, and thank you for all of your hard work. Well, thank you, too. Cardinal Sin, you've been busting ass on your own channel. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Here's the thing. Like, I love Christian Harloff and Mark Ellis. I really do love what they did with the Schmoedown. I thought it was great. And look, I had so much fun. I have no bad memories of the Schmoedown. I don't. I mean, I made a tweet that, by the way, was taken out of context on purpose, and it became a thing. And I understand why. So I bear no ill will. First of all, I think Mark Ellis is a true talent, a true comedic talent. His material is great. He's very funny. And I love Christian Harloff. I mean, the fact is, you know what? If you're older and you're playing in a pool of younger people, you have to deal with what younger people think and want and feel. And sometimes those things are diametrically opposed, and you have to weather that storm. I don't blame anyone for that. I get it. I mean, I really wish people would have. I was pilloried by people that didn't know me, that didn't get a chance to know me or didn't ask to know me. That bothered me, to be honest. I was like, wow, you guys don't even know anything about me. And it, honestly, total ageist prejudice, but whatever, it's fine. You move on. Whatever. Let them hopefully, there are people, I will say, that I will make sure never work for me. But hey, what are you gonna do? Pod Racing Jennifer Lawrence, that's hilarious, says, what is best in life? Being the first action hero, being the first Sith, and being first across the line. Keep up the good work, and you too can be the first. Now, hang on. I think that Jennifer Lawrence, I love her. I think she's very smart. I think what she was trying, the point she was trying to make is that in the era that she was making the Hunger Games movies, the female action lead was not the norm. She was not, and I honestly believe this. She was not saying that, oh my God, I was the first action hero. She wasn't. That was not what she was saying. She was saying and again, I'm extrapolating. She's not dumb. She was just saying at the time the Hunger Games were made, there weren't any other female franchises that were ongoing and viable. That's what she was saying. I don't think that she was talking about all of human history. Kenneth Colton says, can you scroll back and see my other super chat? Thanks. Kenneth Colton. Okay, well, let me go back and see where your super chat is, Kenneth Colton. Well, Kenneth Colton says, with DC going fresh reboot, it's hard to get it. No, we said that. We answered that. We did. Kenneth, we did. We answered that. Jaimin D says, one of two. Hello, Rob, Lael, and they're gone, but hope your glasses are still full and happiness is still flowing through. Before going to bed, just wanted to put out a quick movie suggestion for you all. Well, I have to say, Jaimin D, you always have good movie suggestions. Union Depot, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Guy Kibbe, and David Landau, for any late nighters, along with a miniseries, James Clavell's Noble House with Pierce Brosnan. Come on, Jaimin D. How about James Clavell's Shogun with Richard Chamberlain? I like Noble House, but not as much as Shogun. Good suggestions. You always have them. All right, here's the thing, guys. Girls, gentle beings, kind souls, give me a moment. Just give me a second. I must go drain the main vein. I'm going to get back to the super chats. You can send me more super chats or tips. We're going to get through them. Give me a minute. And I'm back. All right, kids, if you're if you're still here, thank you. By the way, thanks for being here. Let's go back to the super chats. So Vixter 5001 says, just awake in the UK. I saw Avatar 2 on the biggest IMAX screen here last night. Wow. That was breathtaking. I loved James Horner, felt within the score. You know what? I have to say, Vixter, I too really like the fact that when Home Tree was hit and the Home Tree was burning, I don't want to say what they used it for, but they reused that during something else. I thought it worked really, really well. I loved that score. The new score, I thought they did a great job, and I am with you, Vixter, 100%. 100%. Ghost Rider says, if the Snyder films had a bit more glimmer of hope, it would have been perfect. The grit was on point. I agree. The darker story was excellent. It just needed a dash of hope. Well, here's the thing, Ghost Rider. Look, as I've said, I'm a huge Snyder fan. And it's so funny to me that, I've been taken to task a lot for Robert, he didn't believe that the Snyder Cut existed. Okay, it didn't. They needed to spend and they did, $70 million to get it to the point where we could see it. There's a cut of every movie. But the idea that it was done ready to be released, sorry, you don't spend $70 million on something that's done. It wasn't. Everything I said was true. And I said, hey, if there's someone to pay for it, and that was HBO Max. And it happened. And then I was the first person, I want to say in November of 2019, maybe? I said it. Probably on this channel. I said, now that HBO Max exists, there's somebody to pay for it. And everything I said came true. People are like, well, Rob Burnett never believed in the Snyder Cut. One, it didn't exist. There was no finished Snyder Cut. And two, they needed $70 million to finish it. And the fact was, until HBO Max existed, there was nobody to pay for it. That's the business. That's what happened. And it's good. And aren't we better off? Because, man, I love my 4K of that. I have a steelbook. It's great. Cardinal Sin. Gil says, Henry Cavill's only 39. He's got a decade of soups left, maybe 15 years. How much younger is a new actor going to be than Cavill? He's going to be Christopher Reeve, 28. Here's the thing, guys. You got to understand something. The last 10 years of the DCEU didn't work. There was no movie that Henry Cavill was in that made the money they expected it to make. Has nothing to do with his performance or whether the movies were great. The fact is, Zack Snyder's vision of Superman, and I like it, however, didn't connect. It didn't connect. You guys got to admit, and as much as I like Zack Snyder, I love Man of Steel. No one liked Man of Steel. They're like, to this day, Superman shouldn't have killed. They didn't like it. People didn't like it. You can't tell people that. Here's the thing. Zack Snyder's 3 movies were not beloved. They're even now not beloved. Love Zack Snyder all you want. Support Rebel Moon. But, man, he got to make his movies. He got the Justice League film redone. It was a win. Take the win and walk away and leave. The DCEU has never made the money it was supposed to make. The biggest movies were Aquaman and Joker. One movie from the DCEU and one movie from outside the DCEU. It was a failure. You can't bring back people that didn't. It's not that Cavill wasn't good. It's that his movies didn't make money. It's not his fault. It's Zack Snyder's fault. It's Christopher Nolan's fault. It's all these people that thought they were going to make some fucking, oppressive. If they'd made those movies buoyant and fun and given people joy, it'd be a different story. But they didn't. The fact is, it didn't work. It didn't work. It's not hard to fathom. So, anyway. Alex Donovan became a member. Good. Alex Donovan says, "Hey, Rob, Lael, and love the content. Thank you. They're not here, but I'm sure they'd love to hear you say that." Alex Donovan goes on to say, "What Star Wars property are you guys looking forward to the most next year?" Number 1, Andor Season 2. Number 2, Mandalorian Season 3. Can't wait. Hope they're great. I mean, I loved Andor, and I think I loved Mando Season 2. I think Mando Season 3, the retaking of Mandalore, Katie Sackhoff, I can't wait. I think it's going to be great. I do. Cardinal Sin says, "That's what I was trying to say, Rob. You're a generous, genteel gentleman. You shoot from the hip. You're a straight shooter, and you're a mensch. That's why we love you. You always speak your mind." Well, Cardinal Sin, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to get anything but truth from me. I don't have a reason to lie. Like, look, I am first and foremost a fan. I've always been a fan. That's my whole life. And I was lucky that I got to work up and make films and all that. And by the way, one more time, my latest project, Tango Shalom, is on Peacock. It's also on Amazon, streaming. You can see it. It's a movie that was made for $1 million, Labor of Love. I produced it. I edited the film. I was the post-production supervisor, the VFX supervisor, designed the effect shots, and was the voice of Moses. So check it out. And if I wasn't working on those things, I couldn't talk the mad shit that I do talk about. Ranuk, is it Runak? Runak? Is it Runak? Mahato says, "Favorite 3-hour film? Avatar 2, Babylon, or good question. So far, I've seen 2. Here's the thing. Very interesting. The technical accomplishment of Avatar 2 is amazing, and I give James credit but of those 3 films, of the 3, I gotta go with RRR. Which, by the way, I don't want to ruin the acronym. If you haven't seen RRR, that might be my favorite. Now, I have not seen Babylon. So right now, RRR is my favorite of those 3 films. Fantastic, by the way. So good. Sonny Squirt Dominguez sends in a tip and says, "May I ask if you are good with Christian right now?" That'd be Christian Harloff. By the way, what happened with the schmoes? I was disappointed how they handled the situation with you, and now I see how their channel has changed greatly. I miss Christian walking home drunk, or I met Christian walking home drunk in San Diego Comic-Con. First of all, as you know, I love Christian Harloff, and I love Mark Ellis. Love those guys. And, they had a dream. They fostered it. They created it. They created a community. I loved working on Schmodown. I don't regret or blame anybody for my whole thing. The only reason that I was not again on Schmodown is because I would walk into Schmodown on the weekends, do my crazy bits like, rah, and leave. I didn't spend any time getting to know people. You know what's really interesting? There are people on the Schmodown that I really had great respect for. Someone like Emma Fife. I've always loved her. I thought she was smart. I thought she was capable. I really liked Emma Fife, and I didn't know her very well, and it was disappointing to me when she called me, like she actually said I was a garbage person. And I was like, huh. And it bummed me out because I always really liked her. And when she said that to me, I understood where she was coming from because she didn't really know me. Like, we'd never hung out. We'd never had a meal together. We talked briefly, when I was but I liked her. I thought she was very smart. She was very spunky. I was like, that's a girl that was going places. And it bummed me out because I admired her. And when she texted or tweeted or something and said I was a garbage person, I was like, oh. I was like, wow, I've only ever held you in the highest regard. It was such a weird thing. I think she was the first person that ever asked me at the Schmodown. She said, wow, you make movies. You produce films. I was like, yep. But I didn't ever talk. You don't, like, it would be weird. Like, when I went to the Schmodown, I'd walk in and do the Schmodown stuff. I never talked about what I've done. Why would you? You don't walk up to people and go, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I've done this, this, this. I never talk about what I've done. Like, not when you meet people on social media right now, sure. But you don't, Anyway. Listen, kids, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, I think it's time. It is almost 2 o'clock. It's a 5 o'clock, 5-hour stream. So here's the thing. Tomorrow, or today, beginning at noon, we will do a member chat. Gil, we had many people were gifted memberships tonight. So tomorrow at noon, or today at noon, which is 10 hours and moments from now, we will have a member chat. So join us and all that, and you'll see me on Latino Slant tomorrow at 11, and then I'll be on the member chat at 12. So all of you, first of all, I want to thank you all profusely from the bottom of my heart for supporting this channel via super chats and via tips and via membership. So thank you so much. I want to thank my moderators, Tom Jr. Jackson. We are all goof people if he's here. That was very nice of you to be here, and everyone else. Tom, thank you for hanging out. And on that note, I'm going to say goodnight to everyone. I'm going to go to bed. I will see you all at noon, and we will be back doing what we do. So remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to everyone, have a better night.